Today, we are going to try out the new classes. We tried out, what did we try out? What's up, man? 형님이 원하시던 어설트 고쳐진 것 같던데 몇몇 스킬들 쿨다운이랑 그래요? Let's kind of look at that first if we can find anything. Maybe Reddit might have it. Changes to let's see. All the CDs lower. 또기또기님 안녕하세요. What's up? What's up? So we're gonna take a look at the skills. Obviously, it looks like some skills have been changed. Let's kind of take a look at that and see if things have been changed, especially for the Chief Bandit, because the Chief Bandit was the one that really had me kind of sad about. How do I get rid of this? Can I not join? I don't like to join. Hold on, where can I see it instead of Reddit? Is there a place for me to see without Reddit? Without having to go to Reddit? Have I played KCD1? What is KCD1? Is Reddit the only place I can see this? Okay, looks like some things definitely have changed. Let's go over this. Oh, there's one in official Nexon's website? Really? Because every time I come to Nexon's website, I don't see MapleStory Classic in here. There is no MapleStory Classic in here. 메이플스토리 넥슨 웹사이트 가면 메이플스토리 클래식은 없거든요. 안 보여. Reddit's gonna keep making me join. I don't want to join Reddit. Maybe YouTube might have it. Will they have it? Oof. Uploaded maybe this week. Well, you know, I copied the pretty sure I copied the skill changes, so we'll look from here. Not a big deal. Okay. We'll look at it this way. You know any news on the release date? I do not. Johnny, they fixed the third jobs. They feel so much better. So we're about to go over the changes they've made. Changes and updates. Introducing new mobility skills brought a lot of design considerations as we aim to balance them for various content planned for the future. As I said, this is why it was premature to kind of make judgments and even, you know, make give it any type of rating to say, is it fun, is it bad, is it this, is it that? Because you can tell they have a vision. Of course they do, you know, they have a vision on what they want for future content and how they want the game to develop in, like what they want the game to develop into. It might not necessarily be the OSMS that we all envisioned and that we all wanted. As they said, they were going to revamp it anyway. Hold on, why do I have two mics? Give me a second, guys. I have two mics on here. I'm not. Wait. Wave. Okay, never mind. I have one mic. We didn't. It was preemptive. It was too early for us to make any type of judgment. But now we see that that to be true. They made a statement saying the skill designs were they were considering the future of the planned content. At first, mobility skills were designed with cooldowns and lowered MP costs. We are now shifting our approach to test skills with little to no cooldowns alongside higher MP costs, allowing us to evaluate different gameplay dynamics. As we continue to review performance data and your feedback, these skills may undergo further adjustments. Please give the updated skills a try and let us know what you think. The following job skills have been updated. Fighter, Page, Spearman, Rush has been basically 1 second cooldown. 1 second cooldown, huh? So what is this? MP cost has been increased. So at level 1 it used to cost 30 MP, now it costs 40, so basically 10 MP more. Don't think that's gonna make significant difference, because here's the thing, Power Strike costs around 20 MP. Slash Blast, and if you get into 3rd job advancement with these jobs, a lot of skills cost more than 20 MP. So MP cost is going to be pretty irrelevant. This is not even a nerf. This is not even a balance. This is just a buff. I will take 2-second cooldown over, lower MP. Spending 10 MP more doesn't really mean much. All we really have to just focus on is that from 3-second cooldown now, it is a 1-second cooldown. Ranger, Arrow, Rain, and Windstep. Okay. I don't like this skill. I don't like this change, because I think the approach they had with Arrow, Rain, and Arrow Eruption was in the good direction. Allowing players to use more of Strafe and Fire Arrow. Now you have so many skills at your disposal. Like, why would you not do the same thing you did 20 years ago or 10 years ago on private MapleStory servers, where you find platforms and spam Arrow Rain indefinitely? It's gonna be the best grinding method. It's gonna be the best AoE. And is that something we really want to do? I guess they got a lot of pushback for having 5-second cooldown on Arrow Rain. I would have loved to let this be and let them kind of figure out the direction of the game, because I'm sure when they put the 5-second cooldown for Arrow Rain, they had a different idea on what they wanted, how they wanted the game to play, and like it's set up here, they made these changes in consideration of future planned content. So not only that, the Ranger felt more like a Ranger to me with the Arrow Rain cooldown of 5 seconds, but now they're taking it away and putting it at 0 seconds. So my thing is, why would you use Strafe again? You're gonna dump your points into Arrow Rain as soon as possible. It's the best AoE skill because it does a radius damage around you, and those skills tend to be very OP. It's like the best mobbing skill when you do like when you have a radius with your character at the center, and you have like a certain radius and then a circumference where you can damage the mobs. You just kind of go around and you're like a walking energy, like you feel like a mage. And I wasn't a fan of 0 second, but they're bringing it back to 0 seconds. It is what it is. I'm not a fan, but I guess it's what it is. I really had fun with the Ranger yesterday, the way it was. I had a lot of fun playing Ranger and the Sniper yesterday, not having to just use Arrow Rain and Arrow Eruption. Using Strafe with Final Attack was extremely fun, and then kind of mowing them down like a true artillery, true Ranger class, shooting them from a distance, not being up close to spam Arrow Rain while you're taking hit, and you're not even bow whacking. So personally, I'm not a fan, but it is what it is. Windstep got reduced cooldown to 1 second. Looks like, again, at level 1, it's 65 MP. That is a lot. So they don't want you to just put 1 point into it and forget about it. They want you to master this, or at least dump a lot of points into it, because 65 MP is a lot. It's not like 20 and 10, 20, 40. 40 is a lot too, but 65 is a lot. It's gonna drain your MP fast, especially at one second cooldown. Same thing for snipers. Arrow Eruption went from 5-second cooldown to 0 seconds. So again, you're going around spamming Arrow Eruption and I'm not a huge fan, but it is what it is. Same thing with evasion step with wind step. MP cost went up, cooldown went down. Hermit flash jump. Okay, this one I can get behind. Hermit's flash jump went from 3 seconds to 0. MP went up by 10, which is pretty irrelevant. We can just say that Hermit's flash jump became 0 seconds. I wonder if the distance changed. Let me check as a Hermit. Okay, so this feels a lot better on a Hermit. This is what a Hermit's supposed to feel like. I can get behind this. I can get behind this because this is what a Hermit should feel like. Now I really want to try the Assaulter on a Chief Bandit, although we are very limited on time. I wish they didn't have the 1 hour 1 hour like wait requirement before you can change around. I'm totally behind on this. I think Hermits and Thieves in general with Chief Bandits should have the best mobility in the game. So here it is right here, baby. I talked about it yesterday. Assaulter while jumping. This is going to be huge. Assaulter while jumping is going to be huge, and it's going to make the Chief Bandit probably the most fun class in the game. This means that you can jump, flash jump, and then use Assaulter. My assumption, that's going to be insanely crazy. But even if it's not up there, like where you can jump, flash jump, and Assaulter, just being able to jump in Assaulter, and because that's how it was in OSMS, and now having another kit of flash jump on top is going to make Chief Bandit's playstyle and the playing experience extremely fun. So those are the changes that came. Looks like there is nothing for mages. 이제 심화가 완전 날아다니겠네요. Everyone be playing Chief Bandit now. Chief Bandit is going to be extremely fun, very mobile. I kind of want to check out Chief Bandits first now. There we go. Although the flash jump distance has been reduced, it's still extremely fun to play. This is the core identity of a Hermit, you know? And if Inkwell and Nemi are attuned and in sync with what the players want and what the players, you know, yeah, what the community wants, then this is a good thing. This is a good thing. Okay, let's go check out. Should we check out Chief Bandit or should we just move on to Warriors? I feel like I should check out kind of want to check out the Chief Bandit. Equipment fire. Okay, once more. Chief Bandit, there we go. We're gonna try Chief Bandit one more time and check out to see if their Assaulter has been changed to extremely OP or just OP. I mean, it's either one or two because it says you can use it while you're jumping. So we're gonna check it out. X to be 70, 5, like that. I have the same gear. But let's go check out how much damage I do now as a Chief Bandit. We're gonna do it the same as we did yesterday and just this. Don't really care about this stuff. We're not gonna use it. We want to do Dagger Mastery, Nimble Recovery, Savage Blow, Haste, Steel, and Dagger Booster. There we go. Let's do it this way. Assaulter. Let's put Assaulter in here. Pickpocket. Mess. But we want to unlock Flash Jump. This is gonna be the key. And I see if these skills, if I can use a salter in conjunction with flash jump. So this should be extremely OP now. Let's go check it out. Man, Chief Bandit is gonna be some crazy stuff. So you can't use it after, wait, can you? I don't think you can. So Assaulter still feels like it's a little wonky. So you can definitely use while you jump now. So that's got reverted back, which is a good thing. I'm glad they didn't lock that. So for example, this is why Chief Bandits are unique and they're so fun, because you can kind of do something like this to manipulate the X or Y axis while you're moving through the map. So think of Alinea Dungeon of Cursed Eyes. So there's a place in Alinea. It's a tree dungeon, and although at level 70, yeah, you wouldn't be going there as much. So they still need to fix this Assaulter, man. They still need to, like, I'm glad they fixed it where you can use it and jump now, but it's still pretty wonky. It looks like you can't use it while you're flash jumping. Let me try one more time. I need to go to a place where there's not enough people. Okay, like right here. Let's see. The way you can test it, it works like that. But will it work after I use a flash jump? It does. That's insane. That is crazy. You can use Assaulter after you jump, flash jump, and Assaulter. That means I can do stuff like this, which is insane. Look at that movement. But they do need to work on the physics of Assaulter. It's still clipping me out of the map. Wow, this class is gonna be super fun, guys. I'm just letting you know. This might be the most popular class now. I mean, with the buff on Meso Explosion and Pickpocket, now actually it feeling like you can, it feels like you know, people are gonna allocate points into it and actually use it. It does a lot of damage, and seeing all those lines is extremely satisfying. Even if you're not looking for max efficiency or max damage, just watching Meso Explosion pop off and seeing 15 lines of damage, nothing beats it, you know, and it's a unique playstyle. This class is probably going to pop off. I can't imagine any other class being more fun than this one. I'm gonna be honest. And it was already fun because Assaulter was so unique, because the class identity was so strong. People played it regardless of how much damage it did and whatnot. You know, just being a dagger ninja, the idea sounds so cool and edgy, right? 장수님 안녕하세요. So now you can use flash jump and use Assaulter at the same time. That is pretty cool. And yeah, this is how it's supposed to feel with flash jump. For bandits, this is how it's supposed to feel. See if I go here. The Assaulter doesn't seem like terrible, but there's times when the game, you know, it needs to get worked on. Like right here. I don't know if you saw that. I use Assaulter and it runs me into them. So in maps like this, like Ice Valley, right, where a lot of people are going to be grinding when the game first comes out, Assaulter is going to be one of the best mobilities to get across in the platforms, because it's going to allow you to do some crazy stuff like this and just kind of like cheat your way through the platform. Extremely fast. They can get around on the y-axis platforms like this, where it goes up and down faster than any other class, even the Hermits. I mean, now it's the most mobile class, 100%. I mean, this is gonna beat Teleport too. If there's mobs around that you can use Assaulter to kind of get around with, you're gonna be the most mobile class. And even with Teleport, I mean, if you just spam your flash jump like this, you might not be too behind. Maybe still in the x-axis, like going left and right. Magician might still have it. Magicians could still very much be king in terms of mobility. But in places like this, they're not gonna be able to compete with the Chief Bandit. 직업 체험하고 있는 거 맞습니다. 직업 체험 오늘 마지막 날인데 베타가 직업 체험해보라고 레벨 100까지 펌핑해주고 있어요. So what will be the point of mounts in the future with this zero CD? People still get mounts. Some people love mounts. So even with this zero CD in Mapleland, I don't get mounts because I play a Dark Knight. I think so. What I'm trying to say is, when it comes to mounts, it's gonna be pretty irrelevant because people just like to have mounts just to have it. There's a lot of collectors out there. If you don't want mounts, there's nothing wrong with it. I think when you hit 3rd, 4th job in OSMS and in other versions of MapleStory that's out right now, that's not classic, and you don't have all these mobility skills, like Rangers don't have mobility skills, Warriors don't have mobility skills. These classes will get mounts, but most of the time you can kind of get like 140 movement speed just by scrolling your shoes, or you have certain items that will give you a boost, and then you can take a movement speed pill which gives you 10 movement speed, and you can pretty much max out your movement speed and run around as if you have haste, maxed out movement speed. But people still get mounts, and I think there's going to be two things. When you get a mount at level 120, it increases the ceiling, it increases the ceiling of max movement speed. So let's say max movement speed is 140. When you get on that silver boar at level 120, the mount, it raises your movement speed to 150 as a max. And when you get to level 200 and you ride the red dragon, it increases again, yet the ceiling up to 160. That's one. And two is that people just love to collect mounts. I mean, you can see this in games like WoW as well. People love to collect mounts just for the sake of collecting mounts. And I'm not too worried about like mounts becoming irrelevant and people foregoing it completely. I will. If I play anything with max speed and max jump, because mounts cost about 20, I think, mil, or 10 to 20 mil, it's a lot of money. And I personally am not like a collector of mounts. I don't care about mounts too much. I think they're okay. Just don't really care too much about it. Look at this. Look how you can jump from here to up there. That's pretty broken. This is what I mean by y-axis is insane. Let's see. Oh, I just don't like how it keeps clipping me out of the map. They need to fix that, if anything. Yeah, they need to still fix the Assaulter a little bit. I'm definitely glad they allow you to use Assaulter post jump now. This is how it should have been, but it's still a little wonky. It's clipping me out of the map, which I don't like. What is the My Status button? Maple user list. Unpopular opinion: if Blast Jump without CD never existed and was added today, we would think it's completely OP today. See, why is it clipping me out of the map? That's what I don't like. Dang, dude, Chief Bandits are gonna be so OP. They're gonna have so much kit in them. Assaulter is pretty crazy with flash jump, and they have Meso Guard, which makes them extremely tanky. They have high avoidability. I mean, what is missing from this class, really? As a melee class, you're never gonna have to worry about Meso. Right? You don't really have to worry about Meso, especially when you hit level 120, because your avoidability is crazy. I think you have the highest avoidability in game, and then you learn a skill called Fake, which triggers by a flat percentile. I think at max level it might be 30 to 40%. Let's check. We're gonna go. We're gonna get our reference from OSMS Maple Land. But let's see how much, just kind of get an idea how much they give. So Fake 30, where's Fake? Right here. 30%, right? This is Fake. The skill's called Fake. And it simply says you have 30% flat rate of just avoiding any damage coming from the mob. So you have 30% avoidability from Fake. And then you probably, even if you didn't have Fake, you get hit probably, like 50% of the time you're dodging stuff. So you can see how this class is gonna be just pure OP. And then you also have iframes and boomerang step, and now we don't know how they're going to work boomerang step. We don't know that yet, but if it's somewhat similar to how it was with OSMS, boomerang step is going to have crazy amount of iframe window where your character is just invulnerable. You can time it to boss attacks, to dodge boss attacks. You can just kind of spam it and you'll never get hit either. It's pretty insane. For that reason, when Murung Dojo came out, which is a content, it's like climbing levels of bosses. So level 1, like floor 1, it's like climbing the floors of Murung Dojo, and you have to beat bosses in each floor. First floor would be Mono, which is the snail boss, and it goes all the way up to floor 38, and the end boss is the NPC that runs the dojo himself. But prior to that, because you guys don't know, it's not a good enough reference. Prior to the final boss, the last boss that we're familiar with in Murung Dojo is Papalatus. And Papalatus is just crazy. He stuns you, he debuffs you, and he puts 1-1. He has a 1-1 mechanic, which means he turns your HP and MP into 1. And in Murung Dojo, you can't use consumables. So you can only heal yourself through the spawns that the bosses spawn, like little monsters. So Papalatus in Murung Dojo spawns these little mines, and if you step on it, it'll kill you, but you can kill it and it'll drop potions that you can consume throughout the fight. Now, for most classes, you can't get through that because Papulatus is notorious for just continuously using his skills, which is 1-1, stun, yada yada yada. And you could be a level 160, 70, 80 Dark Knight hero, hermit, whatever. You're just gonna get screwed when he stuns you and does a 1-1 and you don't have any consumables. Right? Night Lords might have a little easier time because they also have fake and they have high avoidability. But I say this to say that Chief Bandits in that content is just the king because they have smoke screen, avoidability like no other, invulnerability times and iframes that other classes don't have. And you know, now they have mobility, jump, assaulter. It's pretty OP, I'm not gonna lie. But good. I think Chief Bandits kind of deserve it. They've always been at the bottom tier. Most people forewent Chief Bandit because they're like, oh, he's weak. He's not. Chief Bandits are underwhelming. They're not as good as their brother Hermits. But now I would say they're better. I would say they're on an equal playing field. If not, Chief Bandits are better. They have a better kit. I don't like the I personally don't like the assaulter. Like they need to change the physics of assaulter. Like this shouldn't be happening. I shouldn't be hitting. They just need to make it so what they're trying to do with assaulter is when you use assaulter, what they're intending is for you to be placed right behind the enemy. Right? So the enemy could be right here. If I use assaulter, it wants you to land right here, like right behind the enemy, even if I use assaulter at where I'm standing at. But in OSMS, if the enemy's here and you use assaulter, the travel distance of assaulter was always fixed. So I would end up like over here. On the other side of the same coin, if the enemy's over here, a little bit farther away from me, and I use assaulter, it would always land me behind the enemy, but it would be at a max range. So it had its own physics to it that I think was better. Right now, it wants to place me right behind the enemy, which I understand what they're trying to do, but it's too clunky. It's too clunky, in my opinion. And I love the meso explosion changes. 솔직히 파티 사냥 메타가 비슷하면 여전히 별로일 것 같다. AOE가 딸려서. AOE 좋습니다. AOE 나쁘지 않아요. 메소 익스플로전도 좋고 시브지도 아직 있기 때문에 시브지도 있어서 AOE는 있기는 한데 메소 익스플로전하고 픽파켓이 정말 OP인 것 같아요. OP. One of my viewers said that my chat said that he doesn't think Chief Bandits will be that relevant still if the meta is revolving around, you know, AOE grinding and party quests and stuff. I kind of don't agree. I think Chief Bandits will become extremely relevant in any type of setting. If you've seen their, if you haven't seen, their Meso Explosion got buffed, right? So if I have these many, let me bring an enemy here and just kind of showcase what Meso Explosion does now, because it's absolutely crazy. So they not only do they have Band of Thieves, which was always around and pretty good skill, I think Meso Explosion just got a huge buff with the amount of damage it does and the lines actually going up to 15 lines and not stopping at 6 or 8. Can't remember where it stopped at prior. But it used to not go up this high. There was a bug. And that bug still exists in OSMS Mapleland 2. But now, Meso Explosion, as you can see, the damage just keeps going up. but requires a setup. Maybe that's the drawback. I mean, the setup takes about 2 seconds, really. Like, it's gonna be just as good as any other class's AoE. That's my opinion, because you can use Band of Thieves and Mesos will drop. I think it's gonna be better if you level up. Personally, I'm not a fan of Band of Thieves or Arrow Eruption or Arrow Rain because it kind of dilutes the class identity and makes them feel more magey. Not a fan, but I know a lot of people will put points into this and probably forego Chakra. And maybe put less points into Meso Guard. I don't know what they're gonna do because I don't think you're gonna have enough points to max out everything, especially with Band of Thieves. This takes 10 levels, you're already at 110. This takes 10 level, you're 120. You haven't even put points into Meso Guard. If you forewent Chakra, 20 points, 30 points takes 10 level, you're at 110. And from 110 to 120, you get another 30 points. Okay, so you put 20 and then 9 into this. You can master everything and put 1 point into Chakra. But yeah, if you use Band of Thieves and hit like 4 enemies, Meso's gonna drop. And then you use Meso Explosion in conjunction with the Meso that dropped from Pickpocket while using Band of Thieves, your AoE is gonna be insane. Your AoE is gonna be insane. So I'm not too worried about them having. I actually don't agree. It's not even that I'm worried. I just don't agree that they don't have enough AoE. I think their AoE is insane. Their single target damage is really high. Their AoE is really high. Avoidability is really high. Overall, really great class now. I don't think people can dismiss Chief Bandits anymore. Chief Bandits used to be a niche class, right? So most people played Chief Bandits because they thought they were cool. They were in love with the idea of using Assaulter, and they just love Boomerang Step. And you know, it was something other than, oh, this class is efficient, oh, this class is strong. It was something other than that made them play Chief Bandit. But now it's both. Now it's like, oh my god, Chief Bandits are so cool. And they're one of the better classes. And their playstyle is super unique. I just want you to know one more thing about Chief Bandits is it's very minor but important. When you have Pickpocket on like this and you're grinding and Mesos start to fly out, even watching the Mesos come out as you use Savage Blow is extremely satisfying. Extremely satisfying. No other class does that, and it makes each Savage Blow a little bit less dull. And I'm telling you, it feels great to just use Pickpocket and use Meso Explosion and see all those lines go up. So let's try one more time. I want to kind of gather them here. Jeez, man, I think this is the best place to kind of see how far we can see the how far we can make Meso Explosion go up. Assaulter has no end lag, meaning like you're not animation locked, I think is what Sebastian is saying. Yeah, they lowered the animation lock. There is still an animation lock. It's not like extremely fast, but what I'm used to from Mapleland and from OSMS is you use Assaulter and then you use it. There's a bit of a delay. You were animation locked. But now they removed that completely. Don't have animation lock. Super cool. I can see a lot of people playing this, bro. Like it's a fun class now. Here, boy. Over here. So you can gather the mobs like that. Bring them over here. And now you can and you stun enemies while you're using assaulter too, so that's also broken as hell. Let's bring him here. Oh man, I just want to see how far it'll go up. Where can I test this without? The perfect place, another great place to test this would be at Zakum. Any monster that's stationary that allows us to see how far the damage will go up. You kind of have to be like flush to the ground at the bottom of the map, so you can see the number going up on your screen. Because if you're in the middle of a platform like this, you see how you're not really flush to the bottom of the screen because you're kind of on a hovering platform. It's kind of hard to see how far up Meso explosions damage will go up. Mob spawn is kind of low. It's because there's mobs up here that needs to get killed. Might be able to show it here. Okay. That looked like it was about maybe 10? Maybe 15. The 15 meso it blows up, maybe it gets split into like 3-4 enemies. If there's more enemies there, it gets split. Not all enemies get hit with 15 mesos. So each meso that it explodes, it hits one enemy. Maybe that's how they did it. Because it used to be that if a meso explodes, it did an AoE damage. So you could hit, although it didn't go up to 15 lines, that was the bug that we originally had, you can hit multiple enemies 6 times with 6 mesos. But now I think they locked it where one meso does a single damage to one enemy. This guy's talking to me. I'm not a fan of... I've been using Meso Explosion, Pickpocket. I really hope Junior Yeti still drop GFA 60. Everybody's loving the assaulter, it looks like. Let me bring him here. That assaulter cast time is crazy. I know. No animation lock in the post assaulter like it used to. Very fast now. This is what I don't like. I don't like getting clipped out of the map. I do think they need to work on the physics. 몹 죽여서 나오는 돈다발도 폭파가 되나요? 몹을 죽여서 나오는 돈다발도 폭파가 됩니다. 그런 건 이제 데미지가 더 뜨죠. It is said the flash jump has been kind of nerfed. Now I don't agree at all that both assassins share the jump skill. Yes, so flash jump used to go further, but now the distance has been nerfed, but they removed the cooldown, so now it's back to 0 cooldown, but it used to go a lot further. You know, when the game actually comes out and they see the statistics that more people are overwhelmingly preferring to play Chief Bandit over the Hermit, what I think they should consider is giving Hermits the old flash jump, the distance back, to keep the flash Hermits a little bit more, like have their own flavor, I guess, have their own identity. I think flash jump was such a huge skill to Hermits that reducing the distance that allows you to travel is the biggest nerf probably. And if they see that like to 70-30 people are playing Chief Bandits over Hermit, what they could probably do before anything, if they want to, is to give Hermits their old flash jump back with the distance traveled. Because with Chief Bandits, you can use, you can use flash jump and assaulter, and you can kind of cover the distance as long as there's mobs that you can use assaulters with. And not only that, assaulter allows you, like I said earlier, traverse y-axis, so up and down maps that are long, not wide like this one, but in the maps like the Ice Valley we were in with the Yetis. Assaulter allows you to kind of manipulate the map and have fun that way. So I think Hermits just kind of playstyle became kind of dull, and in order to combat that, give them back their old flash jump. Let their mobility skill be the best mobility skill in game, but in a different way than Chief Bandits. Is this global server? Yes. Let me look at what you guys are saying. Now, what if Assassin got original Ranger Flash Jump when they active their partner? What do you think? Sure, that's fine too. Good suggestion, gives you a class of trait that it desires. Yeah, exactly. And Flash Jump was the iconic skill for Hermits, and we don't want to take that away. We want every class to have something unique about them. And right now, Hermits, other than the fact that they can summon a shadow and throw stars, it's just like the same thing with Chief Bandits, right? Same thing with Chief Bandits. Chief Bandits are iconic, and Chief Bandits, a lot of people play Chief Bandits because they think they're cool. They have a extremely cemented identity that people resonate with. So even if they don't do the most damage or they were underwhelming in the past, people still play them. And the same thing needs to happen with Hermits. Right now, Hermits just, I think, lack a little bit of identity. Not by much, because every class, I think they did a really good job giving each class and job their own personality and identity. But they could do more by cementing the Hermits as giving them back their old flash jump, allowing them to, it's literally, when I use flash jump now, even as a Hermit, it's same. I go about from here to here. right? So the distance traveled from my character, if I use flash jump, would be around to this tree if I didn't slide, right? If I didn't slide like crazy. Old flash jump would take me to about here, maybe double. I mean, the old flash jump is crazy. It would probably give me like double the space covered. I would go from here probably all the way to the portal, honestly, if I slid. Especially if I'm moving like this, it just covered so much distance. And I think that was what made Hermits special and Hermits fun to play, was the flash jump. But maybe I'm asking for too much, because I still think Hermits, as long as Hermits hold their place as the strongest DPS class in the game, then that could be their identity too. A lot of people, when they play MMOs, what do they ask? Oh, what does the most damage? What's the best class? And usually the metric we use to determine what class is best in games like this, in an online MMO, is what does the most damage. To each their own, but that's generally what people are talking about. So, you know, if they have the highest DPS still, maybe it's fine, but it looks like that probably won't be the case. I think the strongest class might be... We don't know 4th job yet, so this is extremely premature, but I feel like all classes are going to do about the same damage, and Hermits might not be the strongest DPS class anymore. I feel like that place is gonna get taken by one of the archer classes. Just my theory. This is a theory. I think archer classes are gonna be the strongest classes. To be honest, I was resilient when I heard they were giving archers and warrior mobility skill, but their mobility makes sense, not that speedy and clunky. I like what they've been doing so far. The only thing I don't like... Do I still have it up? The only thing I don't like is this. Is the Rangers arrow rain cooldown going to 0 second, and Sniper's arrow eruption going to 0 seconds. That's the only thing I don't like. 허밋의 풀점은 3초 쿨다운이 있다고 하지 않았습니까? 그런데 왜 시포의 풀점은 쿨다운이 없습니까? 둘 다 풀점 쿨다운 없앴습니다. 두 직업 모두 다 쿨다운을 없앴어요. 풀점. Archers were already the strongest back in the day. Not really true. Not necessarily true. They were strong, but they weren't the strongest. Strongest classes, let's say we go back, extremely back, 20 plus years. Let's go 20 years actually, prior to the introduction of pirates. So when you had 4 adventurer classes, and let's say 4th job rolled out and we're like in the Horntail phase right before pirates, Bowmasters were strong, but Night Lords did more damage in a party with Bowmaster. The crit buff with Sharp Eyes would elevate the Night Lord to the unbeatable kings and queens of damage dealers. Then you had the Bowmasters, right? Then you probably had warriors and snipers and stuff. Then the pirates came out. After a while, Cygnus Knights and pirates came out. We're not going to talk about Cygnus Knights because their max level was always 120. They were just content for you to do, to pass time, to buff up your main character. Nobody took Cygnus Knight, you know. Cygnus Knights always had a max level of 120, so they were never like your main character, right? When pirates came out, captains started like being shoulder to shoulder in terms of damage with Night Lords with Sharp Eyes buff. Sharp Eyes was key though, you know, and this is the beauty of old school MapleStory, that a lot of almost all classes synergize relatively well for how old and you know, for an old and indie game at the time. The class synergies and the party buff synergies worked really well. One thing that didn't work well was Iron Will. A lot of you guys might know, Iron Will was just a skill that got overpowered by Priest Bless. But aside from little errors like that, Sharp Eyes worked really well with the other DPS classes, and Viper's speed infusion and the other skills that they had worked really well with the party too. And Night Lords obviously would give haste to the party, so Night Lords and Bowmasters always worked well together. Night Lords provided the haste to the dull bowman for more mobility, and then Bowmasters would give Sharp Eyes to the Night Lord, which without Sharp Eyes you could say Bowmasters did more damage, but with Sharp Eyes Night Lords did more damage than the Bowmaster. And the Sharp Eyes buff not only helped the Night Lords, it helped the captains too. So when they would get in their battleship and shoot out their torpedoes, the damage was insane. And when Pirates first came out, Captain was the first class that could go toe to toe and rub shoulders with the Night Lords in terms of damage. Now, they had their own set of downsides. I would say was a bit more clunky, and they had more flaws than the Night Lord. Night Lords were constant, pretty steady, high DPS. Captains, on the other hand, their battleship that they would mount, they would have to mount it. It was a mount, and it was just clunky at first because it didn't work well. Like if you got stunned or something, it would knock you off, and there was like cooldowns and stuff. But it did a lot of damage. But now that probably won't be this. I have a feeling Bowmasters are going to be, or Archer classes, maybe Snipers, are going to be the strongest class in the game. Do you think priests are worth making? Priests, huh? I think priests, if you're asking me for my subjective opinion, I'm not gonna play priest, right? Because I'm not a fan of mages in general. Now, if I was to take myself out of the equation and talk about it in an objective sense, comparing it to other classes only, I think priests are gonna have a special space, but they're not going to be like you. I think you're going to have to love the idea of holy mages. So when we think about priests, and you've played old school MapleStory, you think, okay, I'm gonna make priest to make money. I'm gonna sell leech. I don't need to gear my character. I'm a support, I'm a healer, and later on I'll sell leech, make tons of money, and I'll make a Night Lord to fund for my stars. Or I'll make a Bowmaster to fund for my, I don't know, glove attack, work gloves, so I can make money. Priests were essentially a class that people made not to play as a priest. Some people did fund. A very minority of bishops played because they loved the idea of playing a bishop and being a support class, but most played the class in order to make meso, to fund the class they really wanted to play. So now that has changed. I think you have to really love the idea of being a holy mage. You know, I don't think they should be called priests anymore. I think they should be called more like a holy mage. They're using holy magic that's offensive. They have support skills, and they're definitely still a support class, but they have way more agency, a lot more independence, and their playstyle without having, like, with holy symbol being changed to what it is now, their playstyle is going to change. No longer are you just going to be a holy symbol bot that's hanging on a rope like this and giving people buff, and you just chill and watch YouTube and get leeched off the party. You actually have to participate, and better yet, you might actually have to be super independent and come to places like this even post 70 after you learn holy symbol to grind that undead and demon based monsters. So if you planned on playing priests and bishops to sell leech and whatnot. From the direction, because we obviously don't know what they have, what they're cooking in the background scene for fourth job yet. We don't know yet, but just based off my assumption is that they're not going to create priests and bishops the way as we know it. No more leech selling. They might even nerf any type of huge AoE skills like Genesis, Meteorite, and Blizzard for the mages. Just like they nerfed Dragon Roar for Dragon Knight. It used to hit 15 mobs, I think, up to 15, but now it only hits up to 8 or something like that. So yeah, bishops and priests will definitely get nerfed. Okay, not nerfed, changed. That's a better word. Look at this. Look at this manipulation of platforms that I can do only as a chief bandit. Oh, I could probably do something like this. Look at that. It's just insane. Insane amount of mobility. You have to press so many buttons now, and you really have to be active. This class has turned into an active class. Range of roar, I don't think was decreased. I think the range is still the same, 400%, which is how it is in OSMS, but the amount of mob it hits was decreased. Chief bandits are fun, man. I think this class is going to be the most popular. And even just kind of trying out the class right now, as I see other people pass me by and they're testing, I see like if I've seen 10 people so far, 8 of them have been chief bandit. I think a lot of people are interested right now with this reduced flash jump CD, like basically no CD now, and the fact that you can use assaulter as you jump, is huge to add an element of fun into this class, which was already fun to begin with. So now it's just insane. I have a level 100 chief bandit in Mapleland, Korean version of MapleStory Classic, and it never got it's not, they don't have the same approach as MapleStory Classic. They actually just took the old school OSMS, and you know, it's exactly that. It's a purist version of OSMS. And even in that game, I have a level 100 chief bandit, and it doesn't have flash jump. Assaulter has a significant amount of animation lock post usage, and even in that version, chief bandit is fun. So you can imagine how fun this one's gonna be when this one comes out. The only thing is the fatigue is going to be real, because this kind of feels like a borderline of action MMO at this point. The amount of buttons I have to press and manage, like I'm not even doing. I could really play this the way it's intended to and maximize efficiency by going around. But there's got to be a better map where I can show you guys what I'm talking about. I could go around using Savage Blow to drop mesos. The best place I could show you guys is probably just honestly right here. So somewhere like here, right? I could just kind of go around, drop some mesos around, and I could kind of mob them by using Meso Explosion to bring them my way. There's a lot of buttons you gotta press is what I'm ultimately trying to get at. It's gonna be hard to show you guys exactly what I mean because there's a lot of people running around. But the way I play Chief Bandit in Mapleland is I kind of go around, put some pickpocket mesos on the ground, and when enemies are spawned like this, I just kind of use Meso Explosion to mob them. It looks like they have a reduced amount of range. Kind of mob them like this. and I would bring them over using a salter. Obviously I wouldn't have flash jump in my other server. Kind of bring them to my side and then grind them down again and have a pile of mesos here and just explode them all together in conjunction with pickpocket and meso explosion. That playstyle is probably not going to be around anymore with the limit of 15 mesos that it drops from pickpocket. You can't have meso everywhere on the floor, all across the platform, because it's capped. But even just kind of going around, you're using flash jump, assaulter, savage blow, meso explosion. Then if you use band of thieves, that's like 5 skills that you have to manage. And because it's such a mobile and high speed class, it keeps you on your toes and it keeps you engaged. So let's say you're like a late teen and early 20-year-old, you're gonna have a lot of fun because you have a lot of energy. But for me, who's in his 30s, mid 30s, and maybe there's some people that are in their 40s, it can get, you can get like a fatigue after a little bit. Mental fatigue, physical fatigue, definitely more engaging. But the downside of that is that the fatigue level is a bit high compared to, let's say, like you're playing a Dragon Knight. All you're using is Spear Buster. Rush and Spear Buster, that's it. There's no other skills that you can really use to that you really need to use. Maybe the Thrusher. I know the skill names have changed, but at max you have like 2 skills that you're using, right? Because you're not going to be sitting there using Dragon Roar. I can't really think of a scenario where you would use Dragon Roar to grind, especially in GMS. In KMS and in Mapleland, we have party training areas where it's optimized to put a cleric next to you and heal you continuously as you use Dragon Roar. And I've made a video about this on my YouTube channel. I'll show you guys real quick. I know, kind of like maybe you guys don't really care to know, but let me show you real quick. So this is the videos I used to make, kind of showcasing the training grounds or party methods that Korean MapleStory has. And the first one I made, or it's not the first one, it's one of the earlier ones, is this one. At level 82 and level 100, you get about 3 Dragon Knights, a priest, and one other like DPS class, and you split them up in a map like this, and you set the 3 Dragon Roars on this platform, 3 Dragon Knights, and they use Roar in conjunction with one another in an orchestrated or orchestra manner. So you have one guy taking care of these Burks. Are these guys Burks? Oh no, these guys are called harps. You kill the harps here, which is out of reach of the Dragon Roar. And then you set 3 Dragon Knights here, and you could reach all of these mobs here with Dragon Roar. And you put 1 priest here who heals the Dragon Knight. So why do I bring this up? In KMS, in Korean MapleStory, people have optimized and training grounds where places where you can use Dragon Roar exist. But will we have that here? That's the big question. That's the big question. Is the community gonna come together and look for training grounds that take advantage of lazy training methods and efficient training methods like that, where we can optimize the Dragon Roars with a cleric? Because I think Dragon Roar still reduces health, and if you have a cleric next to you, everybody's just kind of leeching off of the Dragon Knight. But so is the Dragon Knight. All he has to do is press down Dragon Roar, and he's getting healed by the cleric, and it worked. But now with this new party system, where priests and bishops aren't really a support class. They're not welcome solely for having holy symbol. Parties are going to expect you, if you're a priest and bishop, to kind of go around and kill mobs as well, because you don't have holy symbol. You're not this guy that everybody wants in a party just because you have a Lambo, right? If you have a Lambo and a Mercedes-Benz, or I don't know, a super expensive car, all of your friends are going to want you to come with you, even if I don't know, even if you're a loser, just because you have a nice car, when you go out to the club, all the ladies are going to give you attention because you have a nice car. It's not like that anymore. Bishops and priests don't have holy symbol that was as good as it was, or as it has been changed. You just have a regular Nissan Altima now, and you have to hold your own weight when you go to a training ground, or people are going to be like, hey, are you AFK? Are you still here? It used to be not like that. It's not like that in other servers. With MapleStory Classic, priests and bishops, they're not a support kind of tag along type of class. You need to spec up, you need to gear up, and you need to hold your own in training grounds and grind with the team. So going back to what I said, Dragon Knights are probably going to use Spearbuster most of the time and Rush, 2 skills, but with Chief Bandits and Shadowers now, you have so many kits in your arsenal and you're so fast, your attack speed automatically, your dagger's attack speed is fast or faster. So you just have to weave in a lot, and the skill ceiling, I guess, is really high. And you can really maximize efficiency with this class. It's just going to be really hard because you got to be on your toes. And some people, those that are younger than me, are probably going to find that challenge, that skill ceiling of really engaging and fun. For people that are a bit older, they might find this a bit like, they might find themselves tripping a little bit, kind of tripping over themselves like me. I'm trying to do all the fancy stuff, but it's also because I'm streaming. Streaming takes a lot of my mental effort, so it's hard to kind of do 2 things at once. But like flash jump, assaulter, savage blow, lay down some coins here, and then bring them here. Okay, let's see if I can kind of use it here. Savage blow, savage blow. You guys are just falling in one hit. Kind of want to mob them together. Even if you have 1 coin, actually I kind of want to test this theory. Does 1 coin do AoE damage, or does it not? See, here's what we just found. No more is the case where you can group up mobs using a single meso. So I'll just point this out too. If you have 1 meso, as we just saw, if you have 1 meso here, and let's say you have 5 mobs around this meso, it used to be the case that 1 meso would do an AoE damage, and you can group up mobs. Even if you have 1 meso, you could just use that meso to target all the enemies and bring them back to start mobbing them in a certain location. Basically, you can use 1 meso to target 5 enemies, but that is no longer the case. You cannot do that. 1 meso targets 1 enemy. So the playstyle that I do in Maple Land is not going to work here. You really have to kind of just focus on the monsters that are immediately in front of you and just kind of mow them down. Has it been an hour yet? Can I change? I think I can change now, right? Alright, let's go try something else. Having trouble deciding between Crusader and Dragon Knight. Both of those classes are fun. When in doubt, just look at the weapons that they use and kind of go off that. Which weapon looks cooler to you? That's a good way. Okay, let's see. Let's change our class. Which one should we try? 영어로 하니까 확실히 표현이 많아서 그런지 길어져. 우리 댓글은 안 봐주나요? 아닙니다. 다 보고 있어요. 형 돼지국밥 좋아하냐? 좋아합니다. White Knight Crusader. You guys want me to try a warrior? I guess we did try both. We tried bowman, both bowmans yesterday. We tried both thieves. Hermit earlier, Chief Bandit now. I don't really want to try magicians, so the last one is a warrior. And bowman's really, you know, I do want to try a bowman one more time, just to kind of point out why I don't like the 0-second cooldown on arrow rain. But we'll get to that. Which job will you choose to advance to? Let's try Dragon Knight. Let's try Dragon Knight because that's my main in Maple Land. I kind of want to see how it plays. So here's a automatic difference that I'm noticing already in this server. Warrior equipment and weapons did not require you to have points in dex, but here in MapleStory Classic, the equipment and the weapon both require you to have some dex, it seems. That is new. That was not the case in OSMS, but I am really not complaining. It's fine. Doesn't really make a huge difference. If anything, it's a trade-off, right? Because people, what they did, because warrior equipment did not require you to have dex, what people did was they would just put all points into strength and kind of gear and scroll their equipment for dex and accuracy. You would have to have certain, the most important thing was accuracy. Dex would give you some attack stat boost, but mainly people scroll their equipment with dex to make sure they had enough accuracy that they don't miss. That was the most important thing. But now it's a trade-off. You have to put points into dex to wear your items and equipment, wear your weapons and equipment, defensive equipment, and you can now scroll and spec your equipment with strength scrolls or attack scrolls. So I don't think it's a huge bummer or anything like that, but just pointing out the difference that in MapleStory Classic, it looks like secondary stats do exist for warrior, secondary mandatory stats. Okay, let's go to put some precision strike, probably power strike, I guess. Iron Body is huge. So Iron Body is going to be maxed out no matter what. So prior, Iron Body only gave a flat defensive boost, weapon defense boost of 40. Now it's 25%. So if I look at my weapon defense, it's 479. When I use Iron Body prior to the changes, it would take this to what? 520-ish. Now let's see how much it gives me. It gives me 120 extra weapon defense. That is insane. So I kind of want to see how much damage I take with it and without it. Can I use Jump Rush? They definitely block Jump Rush. Okay, Rush kind of looks like this. But I kind of want to see how much damage I take. 1 second cooldown on Rush feels nice, I think. I like it. It basically feels like how it was in OSMS. The Rush skill in OSMS and in old school MapleStory, you have about 1 second cooldown, a 1 second delay. So now here it's the same thing, it's about 1 second, and it looks like they fixed the bug where the mobs didn't get pushed back, and now it does. I kind of want to see the damage. Watch. Let's see. If without Iron Body I take about 235, with Iron Body let's see how much damage I take. What the? Why am I taking more damage? Hold on. Is this right? 278, 258, 234, 217. Wait, is this right? Hold on. Let me do it to one enemy. Okay, we're gonna do 10-10, that's fine. Probably won't be using that anyway. Spear Mastery. Final attack, we will do Iron Will. I want to check this out. Then final attack. Then let's put 20 points into Spear Booster, right? Then it gives me one extra point. Just dump it into Polar Mastery. Spear Booster. The resistance is really good. We don't need to worry about that right now though. Okay, we need 5 to get Hyper Body. But let's worry about actually the attack skill. So this is gonna be our main skill. This used to be called Spear Buster, but now it's called Piercing Crusher. Hyper Body. Let's actually get all the attack things first. Dragon Fury. And then Dragon Blood. Dragon Blood, I kind of want to see how much attack damage it gives me. So it looks like it'll give me 60 attack damage at max level. Here's the stance effect from Iron Will, where I don't get pushed back. That's pretty cool. I feel like I really want to test this out. Like, how significant is the weapon defense of 169? How significant is this gonna be? So now I'm taking 198. I need one mob though. Just need one mob. 234, 179. Wow, the spectrum is pretty big. Does this give me weapon defense? It does. 50 weapon defense. Okay, we just want to try out Iron Will. $191, $215, $237. 186, 207. So average of 200-ish. With this off, let's see how much damage I take. So it looks like it doesn't dip. It's a significant change. It doesn't dip. Oh wait, it does. It does dip below 200 once in a while, but it looks like it's averaging out around 230. 230, 240-ish. And you know, the amount of times you get a hit in MapleStory Classic is more frequent than how it was in OSMS and what we're used to. Monsters hit you, so like in a span of 5 seconds, these mobs hit you more than it did in OSMS. So having high weapon defense with Iron Body and Iron Will make a huge difference in a span of an hour. Yeah, so I can feel the difference with Iron Body. I can tell that my damage. Don't make me look silly now. Oh my gosh. Is the iframe same as Maple Land? I think so. I think the rush iframe is the same as Maple Land. So if you are really good at like timing the iframes, you can manipulate it. you can manipulate it and kind of take advantage of the iframe. Let me go back to if you take damage iframe, it's a lot shorter than Mapleland. If you take damage, the iframe is longer in Mapleland. In this game, it's shorter. Iron Body once again. Let's check the damage that comes in. I can't really tell any. Well, I feel my lows are lower, but averaging out, it's about the same. 119 weapon defense. Doesn't seem too much. It's like wearing one more armor on top of your armor. And obviously, because it's a percentage-based skill, over the course of you leveling up, it will make more difference, and it will scale as you level up and up and up. But still. Man, why am I taking 250 with it on and off? I just don't feel too much of a difference. Let's add Iron Will on top of this and boost our weapon defense up by another 50%. 237, 239. These are Hectors, obviously. I can't do what I want to do. There's too many people here. 242. This is with Iron Will. 231. Honestly, yeah, it's not as much as I thought it would have. Like the difference, I thought it would be more apparent, but it's really not. I think if I was to get it hit 100 times, I obviously would average lower on the damage that I'm taking. But still, it just seems pretty insignificant still. Because I have extra 170 weapon defense, but the damage that's coming in, like the average damage that's coming in after 100 hits, I would say the difference is like 20-30 damage. There's not a lot of people here. This is the perfect place to try. $236, 194, 234, 208, 226. Now with the buffs off, let's see. Pretty much the same. I'm not seeing a much difference, really. And that's a significant amount of weapon defense. Hey, what's going on, guys? $224. It's about the same, guys, really. Like I'm not seeing much difference of the damage coming in. And I feel like it should be significant. 250? 250? I wasn't even getting hit for 250 with the buffs off. I wonder if this is a bug or if weapon defense is still extremely underwhelming, because hold on, there's another way to test this. Let's try this. Let's take off all of our weapon or all of our defensive gear and see how much damage we get hit for. That's another way to find out, right? If I get hit for 220, I think I'm going to be pretty sad. Hi Johnny, what do you think of the new changes to the movement skills? I'll get to that in a second. Let me just kind of test this because I'm really curious if weapon defense is a thing or not. If weapon defense is a thing or not, I would like to know. Oh my. Okay. Oh my goodness. These guys will not stop spawning. Dude, I just need... Okay, I just need to test it on a junior Yeti. Stay here. Okay. Let's see. 288. Okay, so weapon defense definitely is a thing. Because I'm getting hit for like 100 more damage now. I have 110 weapon defense, and with my equipment, let's see how much it goes up by. So 110 compared to 480, I was getting hit for 320, like 100 more. I'm getting hit 100 less. So you need a lot of weapon defense to make a difference, right? So we started at 110, now we're at 480 weapon defense. I'm taking about 100 defense less. We increased our weapon defense by 370 to take 100 damage less on average. So with Iron Will and Iron Body, we get 170 boost, which theoretically should reduce my damage intake by little less than 50. And I'm not seeing that. I'm not really feeling the difference. When I have these buffs up. 227, 224. 29. One more time. I'm gonna check it one more time. 209, 235. Like I should be getting hit on average 190, 180 with those buffs up, according to my really fast Korean brain calculations of doing the math in my head. That's what it should be. But the Iron Will and Iron Bodies, like boosting up my defense stats isn't replicating, isn't like really showing. So I don't know. Most likely weapon defense is completely useless as always. Well, that's the thing. I wanted weapon defense to become more of a skill that we can, more of a stat that we can prioritize, especially for White Knights. I love seeing White Knights and Warriors walk around with shields and one-hand weapons. I think bringing shields, block is already cool as it is, but the ability to lower the damage you take because you wear a shield and you can feel that, you can actually feel it, is super cool. Now, I will say, weapon defense definitely is still a thing because with all of our equipment off, we were taking more damage. What I'm pointing out is that Iron Body got a buff. In OSMS, it was not a 25% plus for 10 minutes. It was actually a flat 40 weapon defense. And 25% alone is a huge increase. I mean, it gives you 120 weapon defense. That's more than that's more than your top. That's like your shoes and your gloves put together. Your shoes and glove put together, Iron Body gives you that much weapon defense, and it scales as you progress in the game, as you wear like level 100 gear, 120 gear, 25%, because it's a percentage based skill now. It should scale really well and be a skill that you shouldn't forego, that you should put all your points in. But I think right now there's some issue with the Iron Body's defensive stats getting applied to, it shows here, but when I take the damage, I don't feel the reduced damage. And on top of that, Iron Will, same thing. It gives you a 50 weapon defense, and I'm not feeling the difference in the damage reduction with those skills on. Isn't defense related to level and armor level? Like, the more your armor is, the faster level than your actual character, the less effective it is. I remember reading something. Isn't defense? I have no idea. I'm not sure. It could, I mean, why would they make it so complicated without explaining it to us? If that was the case, I feel like they should make that apparent. or let us know. What do you think? Instead of making it super confusing, it's just really flat out and easy to digest and understand. When you have higher weapon defense, you take less damage. It says reduces damage taken from physical attack. Why make it complicated where it's level based and all that? So let's see. Bombastico, you asked me. Let me see what you asked me. What do you think of the new changes to the movement skills? Yes. So Assaulter with Chief Bandit, extremely fun. I kind of went over this earlier and I talked about it a lot. I think the changes to the movement cooldown overall to archers and I think more than anything archers, it's whatever. I think they were fine with the 3-second mobility cooldown. I don't want them running around. I don't want people in town, you know, like I don't want this game to itch itself into feeling like a private or a non-official, not old school MapleStory, right? If there's a fine line of the game kind of feeling like it's a private server and it's an off server than actual like OSMS, that fine line, I feel like it's going a little over to the private server and it feels too like, it just doesn't feel like OSMS when you give archers a mobility skill with 0 cooldown and warriors a mobility skill with 0 cooldown. What I don't want to see is people doing this in town. I can see people doing this. Just kind of trying to efficiently get there as fast as possible, and that's what I don't want to see. So I was okay with archers and warriors having mobility skills but with their limitations. But with thieves, it was actually the opposite for me. When they put cooldown on thieves flash jump, like the hermit's flash jump and the chief bandit flash jump, I was against that. I wanted them to have that identity of high mobility and nimble and fast, especially the hermits. I mean, hermit's core identity and core skill that a lot of people resonate, and the reason they choose to play hermit is because of flash jump. And I feel like taking that away and putting a cooldown on top of the distance nerf was too much. And giving same thing with chief bandits. Yesterday when I play tested the chief bandit, the assaulter, you couldn't use assaulter in conjunction with flash jump. And not only that, assaulter was locked. You couldn't use it after jumping, which is a huge nerf. And I really hated that. And right after I play tested it and I said that, they made the change to bring back assaulter and, you know, basically give more, like reduce the limitations and the restrictions for all classes, but especially for Chief Bandit. So Chief Bandit is going to be extremely nimble, extremely fun, agile, and all of that. I do think they need to bring back the old flash jump for hermits for that case. If you're going to remove restrictions and limitations off of Chief Bandits, then you need to give the same type of buff to the hermits. Thieves in general should be nimble. They should be fast. I mean, that is their identity. We don't want mobility skills that archers have, like evasive leap and wind leap, to cover the same amount of distance as hermits. And at this point, with 0 cooldown, although, you know, hermits can use flash jump as they jump, I just feel like they need to bring back the old flash jump for hermits and let them have that core identity to that class. Because without that, the flash jump is kind of underwhelming in terms of distance, and now the Chief Bandits seem extremely, they just got extremely favored. And I have a feeling a lot of people are going to play Chief Bandits, and it's going to flip, where it used to be out of 10 people who played Thieves, 7 or 8 people played Hermits. Now that's going to flip when the game actually comes out the way it is. 7 to 8 people are going to play Chief Bandits and 2 people will play Hermits. And in order to, you know, if they wanted to combat that, I'm not saying they have to, because Chief Bandits had to deal with that for 20 years, just being the loser of the twin. And a lot of people play Chief Bandit because they really vibed with that class identity, not for their damage or whatever. So it's okay for Chief Bandits to kind of have their moment of fame and moment of light. But maybe in the future, if it becomes problematic, what they could do is, instead of giving hermits buffs to their damage or stuff like that, just take that away. People will play hermits if you give hermits their old flash jump back. The distance that flash jump covered was insane, and now they reduced it by almost like half. They cut it in half, the distance that it covers. Just give hermits only their unique flash jump how it was. If you're gonna let everybody have mobility skills with no restrictions, that's fine. If you're gonna do that and take away hermit's identity and dilute each character's identity, then cement the hermit's identity by giving them a more powerful mobility skill. Bring back the old flash jump with 0 cooldown, because Chief Bandits right now just seem way too over-kitted. They have too much on their kit. They have a lot going on. Not saying it's a bad thing, it's fun, but I just worry about what that means for the hermit, and making sure each class has its own identity that people can resonate with. You know, it doesn't have to, class balance doesn't necessarily have to happen through damage, because people play Chief Bandits even though they were extremely underwhelming compared to the hermits and other classes. People still played bandits because they resonated with them. They're a really cool class, and they're very nimble and agile, and assaulters, one of its kind. Using meso explosion is extremely unique, so you don't need to overly balance in terms of damage or making every class have the same mobility so it's fair. Fair doesn't always mean it's a good thing. I don't really like balancing classes by fair, because what happens is then each class kind of loses its identity. But you can set an identity in mind for what class does what, and this class should have an identity of this, that class should have an identity of that, and kind of build upon that. And that way you can balance the classes that way, instead of making every class the same. And that same logic and reason is why I'm not a fan of reducing arrow rain and arrow eruptions cooldown to 0. Give it at least 5-second cooldown was fine. I really thought they had a vision, which they did say they did, because if you look at their explanation up here, they say, introducing new mobility skills brought a lot of design consideration as we aimed to balance them for various content planned for the future. So they did these updates and changes while keeping in mind on how they want to go about updating and kind of progressing the game. And archers and snipers, instead of people mass dumping points into arrow rain and arrow eruption and just going to training areas where you can efficiently use that one skill and hold down one button, it was more cool and more fun for them to go in the direction of, okay, we're gonna let the archers and rangers and snipers use strafe as their main damage, because we're just gonna put cooldown on arrow rain and arrow eruption, so they don't have to play like a mage. We want them to play like an archer. We want them to shoot arrows. Strafe is such a cool skill, and the fact that final attack was triggering with strafe was so cool too. So you can mow them down with ice arrow and fire arrow, put damage over time on them, and rangers felt like an LMG. It was super fun to play yesterday. I was almost considering playing a ranger because of the changes they made, and now I'm gonna have to reconsider and probably pick some other class, because what they're gonna do if they remove the cooldown from arrow rain and arrow eruption, nothing can beat that. Nothing can beat arrow rain and arrow eruption's mobbing ability. Why would you sit there and use strafe when you can go to when you can go kill crew and captain or a golem forest and use arrow eruption mindlessly, just running around pressing one button as you jump. So I'm not a fan of that change, but that has nothing to do with mobility per se. That's just kind of my little rant. But it is what it is. I think Inkwell and Nemi got a lot of feedback from people asking them to revert back and remove the cooldowns of arrow rain and arrow eruption, and maybe they got overwhelming feedback on people saying negative things and just not vibing with it. I feel like they should have like dug in their heels and stood their ground and said, hey, like we just don't want to magify all classes. We did this because we have future contents in mind where, you know, like this will work better the way we're looking. Or simple explanation of, we just don't want you to feel like a mage as you're playing a bowman. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I don't think we can change our class yet. I guess we didn't use Dragon Fairy. Okay, it looks the same. Spearbuster, Dragon Fairy, it's all the same. They just changed the name. Give me 1 second. My leg. It looks like same with Assaulter. The rush for the warriors need a little bit more love and care. Looks like there's times when enemies don't get pushed back, and maybe they can mess with the coding a little bit to like right there, why didn't it get pushed? You know, mess with the coding a little bit to make sure that enemies are getting pushed, because this doesn't happen in Mapleland, and it shouldn't happen here. This is an official server from Nexon. I know Inkwell said that the funds are really tight and they're not putting a lot of money into this project. So I get it, man. Like, I understand, like, the money's tight, and yes, he's trying his best. But later in the future, when the game releases and it's a hit and they get more funding from Nexon, I think one of the things that Inkwell and the development team really needs to prioritize and look at is the Assaulter mechanics and the physics of Assaulter and the rush skill by warriors. You need to aggro the mob to push it. If you're not aggro, it will not push. Is that true? Well, that's not the case in OSMS, but I guess that's a thing here. No, I was not aggro there and it pushed. Well, that's not true. It will still push if you're not aggroed. It's not that. It's just sometimes there's a glitch and it'll push. I think it's where when they're in mid-cast, it won't push. It kind of locks them in place when they're in mid-cast. I think that's the difference. Couldn't agree more on the cooldowns. They have solid ideas with that, and I feel like people overreacted without seeing the bigger picture of the design philosophy. Exactly. I think people were just kind of trigger happy to give a feedback on why would you put a cooldown on Arrow Rain. But the thing is, we don't, at least I'm speaking for myself, I'll speak for myself, I don't want rangers and snipers to sit there and press one button. It's relaxing, sure, it's efficient, sure, but like, don't we want to be a little bit more engaged than that? When you have chief bandits weaving in 5-6 skills, I mean, they have to weave in steel for an attack boost. They're using flash jump, assaulter, a savage blow, meso explosion, pickpocket, dagger booster. There are so many skills and a lot of things to manage. And then you have rangers just going around pressing one button, using arrow rain and arrow eruption. I can already see that being the case because people are automatically gonna do what is the most efficient and what's the best way to grind, you know? So I think the 2-3 second cooldown was fine. It was fine. 5 seconds, sure, whatever. I mean, just strafe is such a cool skill, and for it to be limited to only during bossing, because in OSMS you don't boss until you're level 120, 130 as a bowman. So the entire time, unless you go to a training ground where when you're partying with people, you're partying in a setting where the platform only summons 2-3 mobs, right? Unless you're in that type of setting, why would you not just go to an area, hold down 2 platforms? Like for example, you could stand, this would be better over here. Okay, I can just show you on YouTube actually, that's probably, I'll just show you. So you could just do this, and this is like the, this is the standard place you would go as a ranger. And you just do this. It's hard to see. Maybe there's a better video. There we go. So you just do this as a ranger or as a sniper. Is this what we really want to do though? Like, is this what we want to do? All day, non-stop? You have a crossbow, you're just a mage though. Like, what is difference from that to an ice lightning mage using ice strike? This is what I don't want. This is what I didn't want. That's why I was okay, and I was actually happy because I could see their vision. I could see the philosophy on how they want the ranger and sniper class to be. And it was super cool, but to revert back to this, I worry that people will just do this. Because why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you go here and spam arrow eruption and arrow rain? You know? But we'll have to see, because this is a lot of assumption on my end too. We don't know what training grounds are ahead of us. And because MapleStory Classic really incentivizes you and really rewards you for being in a party and playing with others, maybe you'll kind of get stuck in a platform like this where arrow rain and arrow eruption isn't as useful as I think it is going to be. So it won't be much of a difference, because if you just think about MapleStory Classic up till now, how people have been playing, people will get in a party in a map and everybody kind of has their own section. And depending on what section it is, arrow rain and arrow eruption might not be the most efficient way to grind. And although this map right here that I just showed you on YouTube, okay, get in safety, this map right here will exist eventually, but will you go here and will you go here by yourself and grind like this, or will you look for a party? Based off what I've seen with the party EXP and how much more efficient and how rewarding it is to be in a party, maybe you won't go here and solo grind like this, or look for maps that are similar to this where you can spam and press one key. Maybe you'll actually engage, you know, with your other skills and stuff. Let's see. Shamana said Rush is still bugged, and they even put out a statement saying it's bugged. Yes, aggro fixes the pushback, but it's intended to push every time, yet it is failing. Yeah, so it has to be a bug. It's not an aggro thing. I think it's a bug, and I'm sure they will get to it eventually. But using arrow rain continuously back then was super fun. You did that with every class. Crusher, arrow rain, ice striking, shining. Exactly. So to some people it might be fun, but the way I see it is that it's diluting the class identity, and you're not really playing a ranger, you're playing a mage for every class. So I understand what you're saying, and I'm sure there are people that think the way you do, Bomb. It's just the way I see it. I think each class should be unique. If you wanted to play a bow wielder and want to shoot arrows, you should really dig into that play style and not play like a mage. That's what it is. What class are you gonna test next? Would love to see Ranger if you haven't tested already. I tested the Ranger, I tested the Sniper yesterday. So after this, I probably will test the White Knight. I kind of want to see how White Knights play. 반달님 안녕하세요. Oh, this is a toggle now. Dragon Blood is a toggle now. Huh. Interesting. And Spearbuster's damage got nerfed, which is kind of unfortunate. Spearbuster got nerfed, and it looks like the Thrasher, or whatever it's called. In this game, it's called something else. The Dragon Fury has been buffed. They could give Arrow Rain and Eruption range like Dragon Roar, make it more like an aggro skill to gather enemies to attack your dummy, then spam. Yeah, maybe. If you gave Arrow Rain and Eruption range like a Dragon Roar range, why wouldn't you just spam that? Like, why would you just stop at using it to hold aggro? If you have no cooldown and it has a bigger range than it does now, why would you even use it for an aggro skill? You know, why would you just not spam it indefinitely? That's what people would do. So, your idea, I'm just gonna be blunt, has flaws, and it wouldn't work. People will not use it the way you think they will. If you give more of a range for Arrow Eruption and Arrow Rain to the degree, to the scale of Dragon Roar, then people are just gonna sit in one spot and spam that skill. Oh, if it had a cooldown, sure, yeah. If it had a cooldown and had a bigger range, maybe, sure. I could see that. Because as long as people aren't spamming it, I think it's fine. But just spamming the same skill over and over, honestly, I just think it's not a good game design and it's not fun. I wonder if Rush has a iframe too. Looks like it does. Let me try to time it. Oh, I think it does. Rush does have iframe. So here's another thing with Rush. Here's another thing they need to change with Rush. Yes, we already identified that sometimes mobs don't get pushed back. Like right there, it should have been pushed back. But another thing with Rush is that it should not put you... Rush should not be pushing you in contact. When you use Rush, it should not put you in contact with the enemy so that it damages you. It should drag the enemy farther back and keep your character in front of the enemy to a point where it's not touching them so you don't get hit. That's how it is. That's how it was in OSMS back 20 years ago. That's how it is in Mapleland. But here, you have a bug of monsters not getting pushed back sometimes, and then... Oh, well, that one, now it's working. Let me try the other way. Technically, it's supposed to push and not hit you. I don't even know if this has an iframe now. Can't tell. Okay, I can't tell if that damage that's coming in is from me making contact with them or it's from them hitting me with their magic attack. 테크니컬리가 한국말로 뭐냐? Technically in Korean. Shoot. You're testing my brain when it's still kind of early, semi-early in the morning. 기술적으로? 근데 그렇게 쓰는 게 아니라 technically 그 뜻이 아니라 technically 그러니까 논리적으로 얘기하면 약간 그런 말. technically it shouldn't happen that way. 따져봤을 때는 따져보면은 아니면 논리적으로 얘기하면은 그게 이게 이런 상황이 일어나면 안 되는데 약간 이런 식이 이런 말입니다. 따져보면 technically 따지고 보면 그게 맞는 표현인 것 같아요. These guys have a big hitbox. See, like I'm pretty sure I'm getting hit by their body. And rush, when you use rush, you should not be getting hit. You should not be getting in contact with their hitbox. I wonder if I can change my class now. 직업을 변경할 수 있는지 한번 보러 갑시다. See, this is how people are gonna move as warriors. You're gonna see warriors do this as they walk around town now. Is it a bad thing? Maybe to some of you, you guys don't care. Maybe to some of you, it doesn't matter. And I guess it's really subjective on what's right and what's not right. I personally would not like to see people do this all across town, especially if you're a warrior, but I will welcome the change. It says one more hour. 여기 서버가 어디냐? 여기는 글로벌 서버 메이플스토리 클래식 서버입니다. The temperature at our house? Question mark? You only have an hour before left it's closed? No. I have like I think about 10 minutes before I can change and test out the different classes. 형님 한국 살아요. 미국에 살고 있습니다. So for the last 3 days, starting I believe Monday, they've been allowing people to just jump to level 100 and we can try different classes every hour. Once you can change every hour, and it's been like 50 minutes since I've been on this Dragon Knight class, and I'm going to change to a White Knight and test out White Knight. You know what we can do? We can check out, we can reset the skill points, kind of see what other skills do, especially hyper body. I'm kind of interested to see what hyper body does. Okay, so in order to level hyper body, you need level 5 on partial resistance. Let's see how much. Max level of partial resistance gives 35 increased resistance to fire, ice, and lightning elements. I think out of all the warrior classes, this is probably the best. Because I think Crusaders and White Knights have MP recovery. Recovers 22 MP every 10 seconds. Why would you prefer that over a flat percentage increase in resistance of fire, ice, and lightning? So I just think this is overall better, and I'm sure everybody would agree. Really great skill when you, especially since, from what I can tell, MapleStory Classic wants to put a lot of emphasis on elements, right? So a lot of classes have, especially mages and white knights, have elemental affinities in their attacks, and when you go grind with your counterparts, especially like I said, the mages, they're gonna look for training areas where they have an elemental advantage, and maybe they'll be the ones to decide where a lot of people will go grind. I'm not sure how it's gonna go, because, or who will decide what training grounds are meta and how it's gonna play out. Aside from mages and white knights, a lot of classes don't. I guess bowmans too, because they have Inferno and then Ice Shot. Those do more damage. Those have elemental affinities. So if you are playing a sniper, you're probably gonna party up with a lot of ice lightning mages, because you guys both have ice affinity to your attacks. So you're gonna go to areas with weaker ice resistance, where you have an ice advantage, and then rangers will party up with fire poison mages in training grounds where they have a weaker resistance to fire. White knights will probably go anywhere, and then other classes will go to where people are already training. So bowmen and mages might dictate where people train, and white knight will go anywhere. Thieves and warriors might go to just accommodate those two other classes and where they want to go, and it might happen that way. But all of that could really dictate on what percentage of the population and the player base plays what class. Because if we don't have a lot of players playing mages and archers, then obviously people are just gonna go wherever they want. Like maybe warriors and thieves will dictate where the training ground is, because they just have more numbers. Okay, let's look at, kind of want to check out Dragon Roar. So let's put We're gonna put points into Dragon Roar. So range is 110. Hold on. Attacks up to 8 enemies in the surrounding area with a massive Dragon Roar. The sheer shock of the roar stuns you upon activation. Yeah, we gotta try this. We have to try this. Then we're gonna see Hyper Body. Oh, let's see. Hyper Body at max level. It gives you 30% extra HP, no extra MP now, for 5 minutes. Interesting. So I'm going from 4,200 HP to 5,344 HP. That's on Dragon Fury versus Crusher. I think so. Dragon Fury is still going to be a mobbing skill. Like I think Dragon Fury is going to be, because it has a longer X-axis reach. When you want to gather enemies and call them to your side, you'll probably use Dragon Fury, and then Crusher you'll probably use when you're actually wanting to kill the mobs after they've been gathered up. But I think both are pretty strong. I've tested it, and Fury definitely does more damage, single target damage, but the true difference I think is going to be, or the true instances where you use one or the other, is when you want to reach enemies farther away with Fury, and when enemies are gathered up and grouped up and you're right there within reach, more than likely you're going to use Crusher to grind them down. I kind of want to test this Dragon Roar. It looks like it got nerfed in terms of distance. Ooh, yeah, I think it got nerfed. It got nerfed for sure. Even the damage got nerfed, I think. It got nerfed? Mm-hmm. Looks like it. The best place to test it is when there's if I go to a training ground where it's longer up and down, the y-axis is longer. So we'll go there and we'll see. We'll test this real quick, then we'll go to White Knights. Hey Naranjo, what's up, man? So here's another good place to test. Normally, Dragon Roar should reach the penguins to my left and the penguins to my above, and it still reaches. Okay. Kind of want to see the difference in description now, because Dragon Roar says, oh, it says range 400%. Okay, so it did not get nerfed. Sometimes this game has a buff. When you allocate the point and you hover it back, it still shows the level 1 skill description. You kind of have to like close the skill inventory or move your mouse away and hover it back. Now it's showing the accurate skill description. It has a range of 400%. Range has not been nerfed. I am on Twitch as well. Range has not been nerfed. The damage has been nerfed though. Looks like the damage definitely has been nerfed. I'm gonna check to make sure that's the case. So at max level for Dragon Roar, and this is in OSMS, it took away 30% of HP. Now it takes away 900. And the damage was 240% with the radius of 400%. So as we can see, the radius of 400%, range of 400% is the same. They have nerfed the damage for this skill. And it consumes less HP. Yeah, if you wanted to spam, you can definitely spam. If we can find a training ground like I showed on YouTube earlier of an area where see if I can pull it up. If we can find a training ground like this where we can have 3 Dragon Knights sitting here, killing the harps up here and the Berks down there, if we can kind of come up as a community to do this type of training ground, I think Dragon Roar would be cool. But I don't like the idea of just sitting there spamming Dragon Roar by myself in an empty map, just because it's easy. It just seems pretty boring. The idea seems boring. I would rather use Crusher and Fury and be a little bit more engaged. There's got to be a reason why they gave us Rush and Second Job, right? Gotta make good use of those. Let's see if I can change my job. Let's go to White Knight. 13 empty slots. Okay, there we go. Our White Knight now. A White Knight I am not too familiar with, so we'll be learning together. I'm playing White Knight right now and it feels good. I'm just worried that they won't be able to max their charges. Okay, let me see how this works. Okay. I'm gonna do the same thing here. Let's actually go. You know, this is one thing I worried about warriors, is that, look, you need to put 15 points into precise strikes. Then you need to max out at max HP increase, right? Maybe not in this order. I'm not saying you have to do it in this order, but these are the skills that you have to max out. And then on top of that, you really want to max out Iron Body because it scales really well into the late game. So after you've maxed out 3 essential skills in your first job, you're left with 8 skill points. 8. And you have to get by putting... and actually, you also want to put points into improved HP recovery. Has anyone talked about this? Because my thing is this. You can't even max out all the things you'd like to. Improved HP recovery, now it's extremely beneficial for you to max out because it increases HP recovery from items by a certain percentage. At maxed out, when you max it out to level 15, when you consume an HP pot, it gives you an extra 20% of recovery. You don't want to just kind of forget that. You also don't want to forego HP max increase. For the obvious reason, you're a warrior, you want to have a large HP pool. You don't want to forego critical rate and accuracy either as a warrior. And you don't want to forego Iron Body. So you just really have no skill points. And I'm not sure. Maybe like there's some leftover points from the second job that we can kind of dump in here. I think blunt weapons are going to be better than sword mastery. 20% chance to ignore enemy weapon defense seems a lot better, especially since we had that whole spiel earlier with Dragon Knight, trying to figure out how relevant and how effective and how does it really make a difference to have weapon defense. At max level of sword mastery, it gives you plus 90 weapon defense. And as we saw earlier, 90 weapon defense you can't even feel that. So I think blunt weapon mastery is gonna be king, to ignore enemy weapon defense, and it doesn't state that it's not applied to bosses. It doesn't say that. When skills don't apply to bosses, it will say that in the description. And as we can see here in the blunt weapon mastery, it does not. So this will apply to bosses too. You can ignore bosses' weapon defense, which is insane. So let's go with final attack blunt weapon. This gives you blunt weapon damage of 270%. I think that's extremely OP. And then let's go with threaten. Threaten, here's the thing. Threaten needs to get worked on. Nobody's gonna put points into threaten. Right? Who's gonna put points into threaten? Show of hands. Who's gonna put points into threaten? I guarantee you everybody still has their hand on their keyboard, and nobody's raising their hand. This skill they need to change. So the way they changed in Maple Land is at max level, and it applies to bosses too. You can put threaten on a mob, boss monster or regular monster, and they take 7% more damage from a player that's hitting that monster. So essentially it gives a raid wide. It's not even a party buff because it's a debuff on the mob. So if you go in as a raid of 24 to 30 people, you're essentially buffing them all up. Everybody that's hitting the mob, maybe not the bishops, but now that's probably going to change too with the class philosophy. Everybody gets a plus 7% damage increase with this skill. But here in MapleStory Classic, I can't see people putting points into this. Maybe they'll just put 1 point into it. In Maple Land, all the white knights have a thing where this is their hello, how are you? This is their way of greeting people. So they go up to people, and white knights will face each other and use threaten on each other, and it's their form of endearment. Maybe it could be an emote, used as an emote, but that's it. Let's see, blunt weapon booster. So you do have 30 points left over at this point. You could just put 1 point into threaten, and then you could kind of go back and maybe put points into improve Oh, you can't put points. You can't reverse. You can't put the points you earned in your second job into first job. I forgot about that. So what do you do at this point? These are all so expensive, or also important and essential. Maybe you can take Iron Body out, but because it's a plus 25% boost, I'd imagine, although we didn't feel it in this beta, in this testing, maybe when we're level 100, 110, 120, we really want to have this plus 25% weapon defense boost. We don't want to forego crit rate and accuracy. We can't forego max HP percentage. The only thing we can do is dump 11 points into this and just use base attack. Regular attack all the way through. Probably max the attack skills and but that's the thing, that's bad design, because it's making you AP and SP reset shouldn't be mandatory. It should be something it should be a luxury. You're spending real money on a free game. That should not be the design. So this is a flaw. Maybe they can reduce precise strike to only level 5. That gives you 10 points, and then reduce Iron Body to level 10. I think they do need to do something about the first job advancement, because this to me doesn't seem right. You have 4 essential skills, and then two skills that you use to grind to get to level 30. And if our only option is to SP reset, or just give up on certain like attack skills, because look, you could be extremely poor and you're playing out of your uncle's garage, hooked up to the Wi-Fi, and you could be real down bad in life. That SP reset of $5 could mean the world to you. It's a free-to-play game. Why do I have to spend $5 if I want to play a certain character? It's not a prerequisite for other classes, so it is a flaw. I don't think they should wash this over and say, well, you can reset it with SP. I think they need to do something here, because it'd be different if you can carry over the skill points from second job advancement to the first, but you can't do that. And even here, what are you going to put points into? You have to max out threaten. Right? You have to max out threaten. You don't have anything else to really level. And you still have 1 point left. Just dump it into, I guess, the only thing you can dump into is sword mastery. Enemies speed minus 35, weapon defense minus 10. Not even 10%. Minus 10. Extremely underwhelming skill. I also think I saw Power Strike is stronger than Charge Blow. A single target, I mean. Let's look at third job advancement skills. We have improved MP recovery. Now this is obviously, as I mentioned, extremely underwhelming compared to the Spearman's partial resistance. 35% plus elemental resistance seems like a no-brainer, better than having MP recovery. Now let's look at the charges. You have lightning charge, ice charge, fire charge. So things have changed now where lightning charge isn't stackable, and all charges do basically the same damage. The only difference is they have different effects. They do the same damage, and the difference is going to come on what mob you are grinding. If you are at El Nath, fire charge is going to do more damage because they have fire. Enemies have fire weakness. If you are grinding at, I don't know, where like maybe the red Kentas in Lifre, or I believe what also has ice. I think pirates in Ludibrium also have an ice weakness, right? So depending on what map you go, you get where I'm going at with this. Depending on what map you go and the monster you grind and their elemental affinity, that's the only difference this is gonna have. And obviously the passive effect of fire giving you a DOT damage, ice allowing you to freeze enemies, and freeze is not really a freeze anymore. I think freeze slows enemies. That's the freeze now. So let's equip our stuff. Put our stuff on. Actually, we want to do a mace, right? Because we went with the blunt weapon mastery. Let's put Iron Body in there, Power Strike, whatever. We can't put those in. Rush can be here. Threatens up there. There it is. Now we will try. Oh, we do it like this. We'll do 1 point into Charge Blow. Let's see. This might not be a great way to see how it is. But let's see if the enemies freeze here. I don't think they will. Do they not freeze with auto attack? Do I have to? Wait, hold on. If I have no points in Power Strike, where can I test this? Is it because I'm at an icy map and these guys have, you know, they have no resistance to ice? Is that why they're not freezing? They're ice resistant. Okay, that's why. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. So I have to kind of walk a little bit. So let's see how much damage I do with this. Ooh, Charged Blow. Charged Blow has changed, right? Wait a second. I only have 1 point in there. Okay, my charge went off. So when at max level, Charged Blows, from what I read in the data mine, At max level, charge blow now maintains the charge state at 100%. It used to not be like that. It used to not be like that. It used to be, I believe, an 80 or 90% chance. It was high, but it would kind of take away your charge. And the reason why people didn't use charge blow was because it just took too much time to put 2 charges on. It was another difference was, like I said earlier, in OSMS and Mapleland, you can stack lightning charge on top of either fire or ice charge, and it would do more damage. But now each charge is its own thing, and you can't. I don't think you can charge stacks. Yeah, it changes. Your stacks change, right? They don't stack anymore. So, that's another thing where, like, even if you don't have charged blast mastered and it's not at 100% just yet, you can still, it doesn't eat up too much time to kind of just put the charge on and keep grinding like this. Let's see how good Threaten is. Wow, dude. This is gonna be real nice. I mean, I guess there's some utility to it if you want to get technical. Minus 35 speed, but you're a warrior. I don't know. Maybe, like, I'm not saying slow is bad, right? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that for archers, it makes sense to slow enemies to keep them at bay. But for warriors, something like a slow, I just feel like it's not that useful. It's not as useful as it is for archers. So instead of Threaten giving them less speed and only reducing their weapon defense for 10, they can revamp this into something else. And I really like the way they did it in Mapleland. It made them viable for raids. It made them into a member that can be considered on taking. They had some sort of party utility skill. And now that's not the case here. Actually, that's kind of true. If it works on bosses, it'll be useful on mobile bosses like Bigfoot. That's true, Ginger. But the thing is, you're still a warrior, and if you can use Ice Strike to slow them down, and I think you can stun. There's a lot of stuns, I think, at level 1. 4th job, I assume they're going to give more stuns to the paladins. And if that's the case, then you don't really need to slow them. I guess you could slow and take a fire charge, and instances like this, I have an ice charge on, but because they're resistant to ice, they don't get slowed. Except for Hector right there, they get slowed. And places like this, I can just put Threaten on and slow them all and do it this way. I want to see, but it looks so cool. The effect is so cool. Oh, look at that electrocute effect. I love that. That is so cool. 영어 발음이랑 표현이 네이티브 정도라고 생각하나요? 영어를 더 잘합니다. 한국말보다. 영어를 한국말보다 더 잘하고, 한국말은 모국어이지만 이제 많이 부족하죠, 옛날보다. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Max charge blow is so necessary. You know what? Let's go reset it and try it out. We have nothing but time right now. Okay. We're gonna forego Iron Body. Just do it like this. Blunt Weapon Mastery. So Charge Blow at level 1 does 150 damage, 40% chance. And it hits 4 enemies. Slash Blast at max level does hits 4 enemies only at 130%. And Power Strike single damage 260%. Is this going to be like better than both of them put together? So Power Strike and Charge Blow is still going to be I guess people will still use Power Strike and use Charge Blow. If there's like even 2 enemies on a single target, you would use Power Strike. But if there's more than even single enemy, if there's 2 enemies, you want to use Charge Blow. Because at max level, it maintains your charge state and it does more damage than Power Strike. Because you're hitting 2 enemies for 210% each. That's 420%. So let's kind of put our points into Fire Charge, actually. Elemental Crash, we don't really need to check out. Power Guard, we don't really need to check out. Let's put points into Fire, and then let's put points into Lightning, because Lightning is another thing. I know a place where we can check out and try out Lightning. Let's try the Fire Charge. I love that final attack. Wait a second. Does final attack not trigger with Charge Blow? Oh, it does. It does. Awesome. What's my guard rate? Does it tell you? I wish there was like a guard rate. It shows you like what your guard rate is, but it seems like it's not showing me. Gives a chance to block enemy attacks entirely, but what's my chance rate? Is there a way to know? 5%, that's it. I thought it gets better the higher the shield level or something like that. What does Charge Blow do without an element? Nothing. You can't use Charge Blow without an element. It's a 1-2 setup. So you have to have a charged on you in order to use that skill. Okay. Can you just leave it there? Thanks. I think there's something that raised the chance, but I can't remember right offhand. With PG, you can reflect all damage back if you get a shield guard. 브라우님 안녕하세요. Let's go try the lightning charge. And even my power strike now you can see has a little fire effect on it when I have the fire charge. Really cool. I love the final attack animation. The dot damage, maybe it's not as bad as I think it is. I'm not sure. 테스트업 지금 마지막 날에 베타 테스팅 끝나기 전에 레벨 100으로 펌핑 해주고 모든 직업을 테스트해보는 시간을 주었어요. 마지막 이틀 동안. 그래서 모든 유저들이 지금 다 레벨 100에서 다른 직업들 다 플레이하고 있습니다. 테스트하고 있어요. 위협은 체감되는 게 이제 이속이 느려지는 건 체감이 되는데, 이속이 느려지는 건 이렇게 느려지는 건 체감이 돼요. 근데 물방이 10밖에 안 떨어지거든요. 그거는 절대 체감이 안 되죠. 이속은 체감이 되는데 그냥 적 이속 느려주는 그런 스킬이라고 보면 되는 것 같아요. 위협은. 옛매 고배율 서버는 왜 별로 인기가 없을까요? 전 시원해서 좋던데. 이제 옛날 메이플 하는 사람들은 대부분 다 낭만을 쫓는 사람들이기 때문에 그 낭만이 무너진 옛날 메이플 스토리 서버를 할 바에는 그냥 요즘 나온 그래픽 좋은 빠르게 게임을 즐길 수 있는 그런 게임을 더 하려고 하지 않을까요? 옛날 메이플 스토리를 하려고 하는 사람들은 다 어느 정도 추억과 낭만이 있어가지고 하는 건데, 그냥 시원하게 빨리빨리 미는 걸 원하고 그거에 재미를 느끼는 분들은 주로 본매나 아니면 요즘 새로 나온 게임들을 하겠죠. 그래서 그러지 않을까 싶어요. I guarantee you we're gonna see warriors do this throughout town. Whoosh. Whoosh. Even 1 second cooldown though, I guess it makes a difference. Okay, so when we go to Aqua... Oh, they haven't released Aqua Road yet. I guess it doesn't matter. The reason why I got Lightning Charge over Ice Charge to showcase is because if you go to Aqua Road, because all those monsters are weak to lightning, I was gonna go there and showcase my lightning, but guess not. I guess we'll climb up the mountain of Elnath and see if we can go to a higher level training area and just kind of mob, just kind of grind and see what Page is all about. I want to go to an area where I can have more chances to proc final attacks, so towards the werewolves maybe, and the Pepe and Yeti combo. I want to go over there and mob. Final attack is so cool, man. I just love final attack, especially on warriors. Like two-handed sword wielding warriors proccing final attack, it has got to be peak. 글로벌 메이플인가요? 맞습니다. 맞아요. 글로벌 메이플스토리 클래식 서버입니다. 메렌하고 비교했을 때 더 재밌냐? 다른 점이 있기는 한데 각각 뭐 재밌는 점이 있고 한 것 같아요. 메이플 스토리를 뭐 저는 워낙 좋아하는 사람이기 때문에 옛날 메이플의 향이 조금만 나도 재밌게 즐길 자신이 있거든요. 굳이 비교해보자면 여기 클래식 서버에 조금 더 흥미로운 업데이트도 있고, 근데 보면서 이제 안 좋은 점도 많이 보이기도 하고 그래요. 특히 이제 시프마스터 같은 경우에는 메이플랜드가 더 재밌는 것 같고, 전사들 같은 경우에는 시프마스터가 메이플랜드가 더 재밌고, 전사는 잘 모르겠네. 전사는 둘 다 재밌는 것 같고, 이제 궁수 계열 직업이 여기 메이플 글로벌 클래식 서버, 북미 서버가 더 재밌는 것 같아요. 전사는. 궁수는. 법사는 아직 안 해봐서 모르겠는데. 지금 메이플은 재미없냐고요? 지금 메이플도 재밌죠. So this is where we'll kind of grind and just pass our time. So single target enemies like this, power strike, although it's not like extremely more powerful than combo charge, it's still better and it does slightly more damage than combo charge at single targets. So we use power strike, and then when there's more than one enemy, we just mob them down with combo. Forgetting what this skill's called. Charge blow. And charge blow looks like the range has been updated. It looks like the first enemy and the second enemy can have a little bit of a gap, and charge blow will still attack the second enemy behind the first enemy. 돌진 스킬 버그는 지금 버그 있는 건가요? 버그 있는 거예요. 이거 돌진 스킬이 버그를 이미 알고 있다고 말했고, 가끔가다 이렇게 안 밀리는데 이거는 버그라고 합니다. Hey Eric, what's going on, man? What do I think about the changes of classes so far? So I think overall, just to give a quick answer, because I don't want to repeat like that's all I've been doing this morning is talking about my opinion about everything. So there's just so much to cover. But overall, a couple of things I'm disappointed with and a lot that I'm happy with. Yeah, I'm so glad they changed the assaulter back 100%. And flash jump being on 0 cooldown is nice. I don't think it really mattered for other classes to have a cooldown. I think it was actually better, in my opinion, for other classes to have a slight bit of a cooldown. For many reasons. One is cement the identity for hermits and thieves in general, for them being mobile. And having a cooldown and giving mobility is still a win for a lot of these classes like archers and warriors. And I think a longer cooldown was justified and it was fair. Especially for archers and warriors, like 3-second cooldown on their mobility was fine. But taking away cooldown on flash jump, I 100% liked. Allowing assaulter to be used after flash jump was a double whammy bonus for chief bandits. Not only did they get flash jump, you can use assaulter off of flash jump, which is insane. And then flash jump turning into 0. I wish they would have left the flash jump distance for hermits, the long distance, just for hermits, so they can have their identity, they can have their cake. And what I was disappointed about, this isn't about mobility, but I was disappointed that they reverted the cooldown of arrow rain and arrow eruption to 0 seconds. I like the idea of those skills being on cooldown and forcing players to use more bow-oriented, bow-themed skills like strafe and fire arrow and ice arrow. It was so cool. But now I just worry people will spam non-elemental affiliate. It's just too easy. The game is too easy. Arrow eruption and arrow rain have no elemental affinity. You don't have to do like any work. You just go to an area and you press down one button, and that's all you do. It's too easy in my opinion. Whereas if you had to go with the way they had it, where arrow rain and arrow eruption were on cooldown 5 seconds, then you're looking for areas where you would prioritize strafe and blizzard and inferno arrow, and thus it forces the player to really consider what training ground they should go to, where they have an elemental advantage. It's more homework, but it's more engaging than pressing down one button. And my fear is that removing cooldown, removing the cooldown from arrow eruption and arrow rain will just default players into doing what they always have done. 제일 좋아하는 직업이 뭐냐? 제일 좋아하는 직업은 섀도어인 것 같아요. 섀도어가 참 멋있고 개성이 많고 직업의 색도 강하고 저는 섀도어가 좋습니다. $25, $24, $240 damage every second is not it. Well, maybe it wasn't a damage skill, and maybe they didn't want it to be a damage skill. It could be something else. It could be a quick skill that you can weave in to grab aggros from monsters above you. Give it a bigger range, and maybe it could be just to get aggro of mobs. But other than that, yeah, if that's not the case, then don't don't put points into it. Make it irrelevant. That would have been fine with me. Make arrow rain and arrow eruption irrelevant. That's fine, because you know what? Blizzard and fire arrow had that, especially inferno arrow had that treatment for the past 20 years. All the rangers just forewent inferno arrow because it was useless. But now change it up. Look at that guy using strafe up top, extremely cool, and final attack triggers with it. An inferno arrow, when you hit, it does a impact AoE damage and puts dot damage on all the enemies. Super fun playstyle. I mean, I played it yesterday and I loved it. I think it's the most fun I had. I had more fun on the ranger than I did on the chief bandit. Like, not even kidding. It was that fun, and I really loved the approach. But now they're kind of going back to the old ways. I think if I was to play White Knight, I probably wouldn't put points into Power Strike. I would just use Charge Blow. It's so easy. It's so like the warrior class in general is just so easy, especially this one because I have no buffs that I have to keep up. I literally have my charge and booster, that's it, and I use Charge Blow. That's it with this class, right? Like Threaten, I guess, if you want to be fancy. But no, what Power Guard, if I was to put points into that, yes, Power Guard. How can I forget about Power Guard? But compared to the Chief Bandit where I have like 7 skills to manage and weave in, this one I weave in just this. Just the charge, booster, and a good old wonky donk. Bonk him in the head type of class. Where are the mobs at? Am I tripping or am I like stuck in this map right now? How do I go up here? Oh, there we go. What's doing the DOT? Is that fire charge? Yeah, that's the fire charge doing DOT. Isn't the animation super cool? I think it's sick, man. I love how they did this. And let me show you lightning charge. This is also cool. Look at that. He's stunned. That's so cool. So basically, I'm trying to think why you would use freeze over electrocute. Can someone tell me why? An instance why you would use a slow over electrocute. Like if you want to do more damage, sure, fire charge with thought. But why would you use ice over lightning if the lightning stuns and the ice only slows? In what scenario? Maybe the training ground is only available in your level to use, like there is no lightning weakness mobs around your level and you have to go to an area where you use ice charge. Ice weak enemies? Yeah, I think so. That's the only time when you have ice weak enemies, right? You use ice when you have elemental advantage, correct. No, now they're all the same. How it was before was lightning damage would enhance either the fire or ice charge that you had. So lightning charge essentially acted as a buff, but it would also give you a lightning charge and you could grind. Like let's say you had a fire charge on, you could go grind fire weakness monsters, but with the lightning charge on top of it, because lightning charge stacked, you could put lightning charge on top of the fire charge and now you could go to an area where they're also weak to lightning. That's how it worked. You couldn't double up? Well, I don't know how far back we're going then. But what I'm used to is the one that I'm playing in Maple Land, and that's pretty old. That started back in like 2006 in Korea, so probably 2007-8 here in GMS 7 probably. That's how far back I'm going, because that's when I played. I wonder if they removed the drop rates now. I haven't gotten a single equipment from these guys and a single scroll either. What about the 6 hits on strafe? I like the bandit skill, Savage Blow. I get the Eruption Rain, Infernal Freeze, have a disadvantage to the element unless you can cash that off like mages. So to give them a reason to go lightning, they gave them added damage. Okay. Solar Eclipse outside, really? Looking at the Hidden Street Archive, lightning was 125, fire 120, ice 105 in the past. I see. But this lightning charge with the stun is going to be extremely OP now. 75% chance too. It's not low at all. It's pretty high. I guess if you could slow them so they don't hit you, and then slow them and then use. Oh wait, but if you use fear, they aggro you, so it's kind of pointless. I was gonna say what you could do is you could threaten them, put fear on them, get them slowed so they don't run into you as you're trying to electrocute them. But threaten itself also grabs aggro, so that doesn't work. I will say the skill effect looks really crisp and good. The game just feels beautiful. Like the game looks beautiful, I'm not gonna lie. Not like, you know, obviously not 4K GTA 6 type of graphic, Crimson Desert type of graphic good, but it's in its own way, in its art style and its own art style and design. They made it really crisp. And it's just nice. It's really easy on the eyes. I love it. I love all the little details they added. Ooh, okay. MapleCon will have rewards that are claimable in Classic World. You know, that's a good... I kind of want to look at MapleCon. Let's see, MapleStory Fest 2026 in the Hill, Los Angeles. How beautiful is this place? Let's look for Hill, Los Angeles. Wow, this is where it's gonna be. Is this where the rich folks live? I mean, you have houses on the hill. That looks... Los Angeles event venue and experiences. What if it was held here? That would be crazy. It's right next to Universal Studios Los Angeles. Okay. Really? Let's see. Should be alright. Is this Universal? Ooh. I kind of want to see the outside, so around here somewhere, huh? I might be going. There's a map on the MapleCon page? Really? Where's the map? Oh, right here. Good. Wow. Good look. You already looked at it, huh? Infernal. So this is where it will be. Gonna be at the Hilton. Nice. You can already see it being a really nice event. Nice little landscape in the back. See, I love California landscape, and I think California is a beautiful state. Because I live in a flat state and we don't have things like this where we can kind of have our homes in the hills and stuff. Okay, let's kind of read about this, see what it's about. Maple Fest 2026. Limited ticket quantities available. Secure your spot before it's gone. Ticket sale starts on 13th, so tomorrow. Each Nexon account will be able to purchase up to 3 tickets. Click to link to set up your payment method. Log into your Nexon account. Add your credit, debit card as your... Okay. So this is going to be... How quickly do these sell out usually? Do these sell out pretty fast? Do I have to be on it or can I wait a little bit? They sell out fast? Ooh, okay, so I have to be quick. About the event. Prepare for an unparalleled premium showcase experience as global MapleStory takes center stage at MapleStory Fest 2026. MapleStory Fest 2026 is packing more excitement than ever, featuring high-quality showcase sessions, exclusive merch, and live musical performances. Okay, look at Inkwell here. And he's cute. What to expect? GMS and Classic World Showcase. Ooh, okay. They're gonna... That's Nemi right there, showing us Classic World. And this is what? Something we don't care about? Is it the retail? The final battlefield, a soldier left alone. Aiden had held on to the same dream ever since the day he first saw the adversary. He too wanted to become a hero who would one day save the world. Yet the battle to protect Maple World proves far harsher than he ever imagined. Like within the first hour they were gone. Damn, dude. I gotta be on it then. Test your luck at real life gachapon machines. Real life gachapon machines. That's funny. And snap legendary memories. Skip the Lines exclusive merch will be available. Pre-order prior to the event, letting you enjoy MapleStory Fest 2026 to the fullest and pick up your merch before leaving the event. Submit your original MMB for the Maple music video contest. Oh, that's cool. And your work could be played live on the main stage. This is really cool for creators that make MMV and that are into stuff like this. They're giving an avenue or like an outlet to showcase their work. That's cool. Join us for the ultimate global MapleStory showcase. Do they say this every year, or is this year like really special? Because they keep using these really big words. Unparalleled premium showcase. Do they say this every year? Or is this year somewhat special or something? The ultimate, unparalleled, unmatched premium showcase 2026 MapleCon. A sleek modern venue located in Hollywood Hills. You can expect dedicated stage, exclusive merch, photo opportunities. Pretty cool. So it's just one day. Check-in is at 8. Wow, they do it really early, huh? Doors at 9:30 and show is at 10. What are the hours of the event? 8. Do I need a ticket? Yes, obviously. How do I get personalized attendee badge? After purchasing your ticket, go to my order page and select your favorite character to appear on your ticketed badge. So you can customize your attendee badge. If you purchase additional ticket for your friends and family, please make sure to coordinate with them to receive their character codes, which can be found when they log to their My Maple page. Cool. How do I receive in-game item rewards after purchasing tickets? This is probably gonna be for MapleStory Classic, right? Because they said there's gonna be some items you can get for MapleStory Classic. In-game items will be sent to your account after the event ends. If you purchase additional tickets for friends and family, please make sure... Yep. A character code must be entered for these tickets on my order page. A character code. What does that mean? Is that character name? Oh, okay. Okay. Please make sure to coordinate with them to receive their character code, which can be found when they log into their My Maple page on the MapleStory website. Okay, so it's like an account code. If you enter... A character code must be entered for these tickets on the My Order page, as the in-game items will be sent to the account associated with the selected character. Ooh, so my son is actually only 1.5 and he's gonna be like 1 and 9 months in October. So we can actually take my son, my wife and I for free. Is photo identification required? Okay, yeah. Anything more about MapleStory Classic? Okay, not much about MapleStory Classic. I'm trying to figure out where they said they'll give you an item for MapleStory Classic. They don't really talk about that. But people are already... Is it a speculation or is it confirmed that they're giving out items? You have the link, can you share? I think you can try to put it on chat, but I don't think it'll show. So another way you can share is through Instagram. If you can find me on Instagram, IG Johnny TV, and you can send it as a DM and I could open it. Did they say anything about... Go back to MapleCon. About official release? No. To tickets? Oh, I see. Okay. Here's where... Okay, I see. Thank you. So here's the ticket details. Bronze, silver, gold. Let's see the difference. So this is your badge that you get, attendee badge. So everything about the background, it all includes IGN, job level, world, guild. What's the difference? Let's see. Exclusive in-game rewards for both GMS and Classic World. Oh, interesting. Pre-order merchandise online. Okay, we're gonna get to this. Separate check-in line for gold. If you spend $100 more, you get a separate check-in line. Exclusive photo meet and greet with Inkwell, Dr. Lim, and Nemi. I see. Every time I say I see, I think of K-pop Demon Hunters, the tonic doctor. Yeah, it's very expensive. Seating chart. So golds kind of get in the front, and then the silvers, and then the bronze. Okay. This is talking about the badge. Okay. This is just talking about the badge. Of course, my thing wouldn't really matter because I don't have a retail server character. Can you... You couldn't have a character card for your Classic because Classic wouldn't be out. But what if you were in beta testing for Classic? Additional data choice. Alliance Legion, okay. In-game items. Discover the event exclusive in-game items for both GMS and CW, Classic World. MSC. I'm gonna call it GMS and MSC. That come with each ticket tier. Want even more in-game rewards? Silver tier tickets come packed with extra bonuses, while gold tier tickets unlock every single reward. Doesn't really tell you the reward, I'm guessing. In-game rewards will be automatically distributed after the event to the account associated with character selected for each attendee badge. Yeah, classic cards probably next year thing. Yeah, I think so. All attendees, GMS. Damage skin, whatever this is. It's a chair. Cool things that we don't really care about. Here it is. This is what we want. Classic World. Ooh. Staff chair. We get a staff chair. Chat and ring. That's cool. And then we get a maple snail pet. Hey, that's so cool. I want this one. I want the octopus one. That's the cutest one. But you can either get an octo hat, the mushroom hat, or the slime hat. And these are all NX items, but I'm guessing they're just gonna give it out for free. It's a VAC pet and limited. Dang, dude. I want the one I don't want is the orange mushroom hat. I would not wear this. I might find a way to wear the slime hat, but the octo hat, this one's the cutest. Would you go for all +1 all stat in classic? What do you mean? I don't know what that means. Would I go for +1 all stat in classic? I think the question is unfinished. MapleStory Fest 2026 decoration package, GMS. Okay, we don't care about that. Hold on, what is this? Oh, this is GMS. Okay, I was about to say, I read Global MapleStory as MapleStory Classic because, you know, right after GMS, I assumed MSC would come right after. And then I saw cubes and I saw some weird scrolls with stars and like weird syringe to juice yourself with, and like extremely pay to win looking like color scheme and overwhelming stuff. I was like, no, not already. Not already, man. They're already introducing P2W and weird crap. But no, this is GMS. We don't care about that stuff. Okay, what's the details? Ah, I see. I see. I see. So here's just more detail of what tier of tickets, depending on what tier of tickets you buy, what you get. MapleStory Fest decoration package. What is this? Where's the they don't have the snail. I wanted to see if the snail was permanent or if it was just if it was a limited time thing, but I'm not seeing the snail in here anywhere. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What are we talking about? Are we talking about all stat +1 ring? Oh, scroll down. Okay, okay. Ooh, okay. MapleStory Fest Maple Snail. Classic World. Oh, duh. Classic World. I was up here looking at this. There's Classic World down here. Everything looks like it's permanent except for the... Oh, they're making aesthetics like plastic surgery and changing your hair salon a limited time thing. You know, that's how it was in GMS. But in MapleStory in Korea, the hair and face coupons were permanent. But I'm okay with them making a 90-day. That's fine. That's fine. You know, they gotta make their money somehow. Just do not introduce gachas or cubes and stuff like that, and I'm chilling. The coupon is limited. The hairstyle stays. Ah, is that what it is? Is that what it is? If the ticket came with an item that gave +1 all stat, I'd probably buy a ticket just for the item and not go. Dang, really? I would like to go. I've never been to an event like this. You know, I've never been an event goer, But this would be cool to attend and take my son to. And even for me, I would like it. I might think about taking my family out there. And then you get gift bags, which is really cool. Is this a poster? Vinyl record and a pin. Vinyl record? What is this? A CD player or something? Like a vinyl player? The music player thing? Because this is a lanyard, and I'm guessing this is the pin. You have your gift bags, and this has to be the vinyl record. Who has a vinyl record player in their home? Like, the average American do not have a vinyl record. I mean, I guess it's really cool to have. A lot of people like to collect those. They're coming back into fashion? Is that so? They were always vintage, I guess, right? Okay, I think we can change our class now. Look at all these people, man. They don't want the game to end. They want the game to go on. And they don't want it to be a beta anymore. They want it to be a permanent thing. Okay, let's try the Crusader. Are they having MapleCon this year? Yeah, they are. Do I want to try the Crusader? What was new about Crusaders? Were Crusaders even interesting? Where is the new skills that we can see? This? Were Crusaders interesting by... like, were they interesting at all? Because I might just try the Archer again. Let me see. Crusaders, combo, panic, shout maybe is something interesting. You're gonna have bleed with the axes. Panic and coma changes. I feel like heroes were pretty high up on DPS, right? Can I send the link in here? I don't know if I can. I don't think I can, but if you just type in MapleCon 2026 on Google, it'll pop up. Okay, I'll try the Crusader. We're gonna try it. Let's kind of see their damage. We kind of have an idea right now on how much damage the Dragon Knights and the White Knights were doing. So let's kind of see how much damage the Crusader does. With their orbs, they might do insane amount of damage. Let's see if it is so. I think for, again, when it comes to Crusaders, axes are better. And I'll go over this. Let's go over this here. Well, I would probably wear this two-hand axe just for the damage. And plus, when the final attack triggers and you're wearing two-handed weapon, I think it looks cooler. But that's personal preference. But because we tried the one-handed mace and shield on our last one, we're gonna try two-handed axe this time on the Crusader. So let's kind of put points back into how we had it before. Obviously, I think we're gonna use a lot of power strike. So Crusaders are different in a sense that in your third job advancement, you don't have anything that can replace power strikes. So you have to put all points into power strikes, because this will take you all the way up to fourth job advancement. Whereas Paladins, you can kind of get by with charged blow and it replaces your attack for the most part, unless you're like hitting a single enemy. Crusaders, that's not the case. You have a combo attack with panic and coma, but you can't use these back to back to back to back. So we're gonna go power strike, do some improve HP recovery. If this is how it would probably look, I would probably only put few points into iron body. I would want to prioritize these two skills, but already I can't. And this is the same issue that I talked about while I was play testing Dragon Knight and White Knight, is you don't know what to give up, and that's especially more so and more of a case in a Crusader where Power Strike has to take you to level 120. Maybe you can forego Slash Blast a little bit, but even Slash Blast is really nice to have. So the first job advancement for Crusaders is going to be tough to decide. Like, what do you want to give up? What are you willing to give up? Are you willing to give up Power Strike and Slash Blast so you have the most hyper efficient optimized character that's set for 4th job? Or is that too much? Are you gonna put points into Power Strike and Slash Blast and forego some of these like really essential skills? Are we for certain that AP resets and SP resets will reset all points and not singular point? Yes. If it's true to how it is here, when we test it, when we buy the SP reset scroll from the cash shop and we use it, it resets all of your skills. All of it. So for this, we're just going to forego the improved HP recovery. Or actually, we're just going to forego the HP max. And we'll just do it this way and put some points into Slash Blast like this. We want max Axe Mastery, Axe Final Attack, Axe Booster. And you want a max Rush or Rage, and then max Rush. So this is where it's kind of weird. In second job advancement, you actually have a point left over and you don't have to sacrifice anything. So maybe you can move Precise Strike or max HP increase into the second job tier and have us, for like, I don't know, put less points into Booster, for example, or less points into Rush, or like lower the requirement for max level on a lot of these skills. Instead of making it 15 for all of these passive skills, make Iron Body 10 and all of these 10. That saves you already 25 skill points. That's what I would recommend, or what I would do, so we can level everything and not have to feel like we have to give up on certain things. But okay, we'll move on. We'll go to third job advancement, combo attack. Obviously we want to try this. Armor Crash and Power Guard, we don't really care I don't really care to try out too much. I do want to try, let's try both of these, and we'll try Shout later. We'll put Panic at here and Coma. Where can we put Coma? Let's put Coma here and Panic here. Combo attack can be at Shift. Oh, we forgot to put Rush, Rage, Axe Final Attack, Axe Booster. Okay, let's try it like this. I actually want to go to an area where there's a lot of mobs. I'm hitting hard already. I'm already hitting hard. 4K, 4.1K. 4.6 with crit, 4 with no crit. My crit damage is only a 20% increase. I'm hitting like 4K solid. Let's see how much damage I do when I use Panic. 7K. Sheesh. That's big damage right there. Go here again. Panic. 8.6K. Back in the day, it was a single point. Now it's a full reset. You don't need precise strike though. Oh, I almost died. You're way over on accuracy. Are you sure? Because those accuracy can creep up on you in 4th job and later on. I think that's a premature statement. We don't know if we're gonna need accuracy or not, and I have a feeling they're not gonna completely nuke accuracy. They might make it so it's easier for you to kind of still prioritize strength and not miss a lot and make it less burdensome, but I don't think they're going to completely nuke accuracy to a point like you can have enough accuracy just by leveling. 무슨 서버냐? 메이플스토리 글로벌 서버입니다. 클래식 서버. May I know the title of the background music? Sure, the title is a MapleStory sleep playlist for a deep summer night filled with sounds of crickets. That's what the name is. You know what's gonna be ironic? If they give rangers and snipers no cooldown on arrow rain and arrow eruption, you're gonna see clerics looking more like archers than rangers. Rangers actually gonna look more like a mage that shoot down arrows from the sky, and priests are actually gonna look more like the archers shooting holy arrow. That's gonna be kind of funny. Also now combo attack seems to be a toggle. You can just keep it up and collect your circles. I kind of want to try coma. Interesting. Why am I not doing bleed damage though? That's what I want to know. Axe Mastery is supposed to do bleed damage. Is it because I'm like just one-shotting these guys? Oh, it is bleeding them. The bleed effect is so faint that I missed it. Okay, we need to go to... Oh, it's 25% chance, is it? Oh, you're right. I saw that 100% and I thought it was 100. Yes, it's 25%. Good catch. Good catch. There it is. Why is he bleeding green? Why is the Hector bleeding green substance when they have a bleed DOT on him? Yes, I can use Rush a lot more now, correct. I want to go to a harder area because Crusaders are hitting like a truck right now, and I want to be able to actually have a chance to put bleed on him and kind of tussle a little bit. I don't want to one-shot or two-shot these guys. Go to werewolves and lichens. That's where I want to be. Oh, this one again. I will say the job is a bit more I think the White Knights were easier to play than the Crusaders. The Crusader is requiring my brain to work beyond its capacity, and I am like fumbling a little bit. But it's also like I've been trying so many different classes. I'm not used to the key settings and where everything is at. That's kind of confusing for me. Dang, yeah. But definitely a lot easier than Chief Bandit. Chief Bandits felt like, what the heck? Why did that not hit just now? Is it not, do I have to stare at them for it to work? You have to look at them for Coma to hit the enemies. It's not like, it's a different type of AoE now. You must be facing them. Was it always like that? I don't think it was always like that. I think it did damage to behind you as well when you used Coma. Oh, there it is. I put a darkness on him. Oof. I don't like how I get animation locked when I use Panic and Coma. It's longer than what I like. Chief Bandit seems like the most work in mesos, but the best, right? The lines are insane. Yeah, I think Chief Bandits are by far the strongest third job advancement right now. I do think so. They're the most fun and the they're the most fun and the most OP. Most of the time those two things can't be true at the same time, but Chief Bandits glowed up. 전사 중 3전사 중 뭐가 제일 괜찮냐? 다 괜찮은 것 같은데 저는 개인적으로 팔라딘이 나이트가 제일 재밌었던 것 같아요. So panic and combo does not trigger final attack, I think. That final attack is so sick. Not having stance just sucks. I will say the fact the because you don't need to have a monster in front of you to proc rush, it does seem it helps a lot just to kind of close gap when you get pushed back, especially in LNAth like this, where the floor is slippery, and once you gain momentum, it kind of pushes your character in that general direction for a bit. It's nice to kind of recover with rush. 어제 하나님 감사합니다. I feel sad for people who constantly chasing the OP class instead of fun class that fits their own playstyle. Exactly, man. I 100% agree with you. Yeah, snowshoes still give grip. Yep, that is true. Do you have a job in mind for the game when the game actually comes out? I'm thinking probably a crossbowman. Or actually, now that I tried it, dude, man, I think the ranger was really fun. Although the aesthetics of the crossbow looks really cool, and I'm a huge fan of crossbow, I might play a ranger, but I don't know. With this new, I got really disappointed with the Arrow Rain update. So maybe I'll play a Crusader. This is fun too. I think the Knight was really fun too, the Knight. But I always have this childlike dream to use Rush and Brandish before I die. So maybe I'll create a fighter and create a hero just so I can use Brandish. That's if they release Brandish the way it was. They might change it, they might remove it, who knows. They will balance change before release anyway, for sure, so people can't even decide what to play yet. Right. No matter what stream I go into, people are spam asking which class is the best. Yeah, that's just how it is, right? 어제와나님 감사합니다. 주얼. Any co-op strategy in Classic or any kind of synergy between classes, or is it just everyone can do everything alone? So here's the thing. Synergy, we don't really know yet. We know there's a synergy with there is some synergy. We're seeing hints of synergy. For example, they haven't removed hyper body. What does that indicate? Well, that definitely says one thing. It says they don't have a vision for the game going the way retail did, where you solo grind the entire map by yourself, or else hyper body would not be needed. The fact that they left hyper body, albeit it's not nerfed, the fact that they left the skill that gives your party members extra HP kind of insinuates that they want party content to exist. Not just from training, but bossing and stuff, where extra HP is needed, right? And then what other skill? Haste is still a party skill. Bless from clerics is a party skill. Heal. There's some hints in there where synergies between classes and being in a party and that type of content will exist. Now in training areas and training grounds, I think it's gonna be first come first serve for parties. In this beta server, the culture was unclear. Some people said there was a culture of this is my area, this is my spot, don't KS me. Other people just went around killing whatever they could find in the map. The culture hasn't settled yet and people were confused. I do think when the game releases and people put hours and weeks and months into the game, after about 6 months, all of the things that we were familiar with, like CC please, this is my area, don't KS, all this stuff, all that type of culture will manifest and cement itself. So people will still say CC, this is my area, this. So in a party group setting, you're probably gonna have one party or two, probably one, unless it's like Anthill or something. One party usually per map and 6 people, and whoever comes fast, because holy symbol is not a thing anymore, and synergies, we don't know yet, but there isn't as much as it exists in other versions of old school MapleStory. So for example, in Maple Land, Hermits were good because they brought meso up. Fighters and crusaders were kind of mandatory and needed in a party for their rage buff to increase everybody's attack damage. Who else? Hermits were just king because they had haste, meso up, and then priest obviously for holy, the older version of holy symbol, bless. And I don't think that's gonna be the case anymore. There isn't a mandatory skill that people are gonna be like, okay, we really need this person in a party. And that used to be the priest, but that isn't the case anymore. It's just gonna be nice to have a hermit or a chief bandit to give you haste. It's just going to be nice that the crusader is there to give you rage buff. But I don't think we're gonna have, especially, and that's not just by game design, that's just the culture difference too, the cultural difference between the East and the West of two MapleStory servers. And also just the game design I don't think doesn't want the game going in that direction. Because even the Ice Lightning and Fire Poison mages don't have skills like party buffs that's essential. We covered archers, which don't have any party buff. Hermits have haste, and that's about it. And then spearmans have hyper body and third jaw, but it's not gonna be, I don't think it'll be needed. It'll just be nice to have. Crusaders, nice to have that attack buff for the party, but nothing cemented. I don't think we're gonna have any type of meta or anything like that. It's gonna be free going. So when you get in a party in a map, if there's spot, they'll just take you in. I think that's how it's gonna be. $8.7K, big damage. I do think the skill changes that they added to Hermit were really underwhelming. Like Shadow Meso or Maso Shadow and Shadow Web even, that existed too, but nobody used that really. Shadow Meso, I don't understand the concept. I mean, maybe it's because they're thieves. And I think they just got caught up in trying to stay true to the identity of thieves, and they just added a lot of meso skills to the Hermit too, because Chief Bandits use a lot of meso offensively and defensively, and maybe they wanted to capture the same sentiment for the Chief Bandit, and they just added skills that really like have no practical use. I do agree that Hermits are they kind of got I don't know, it's just what's the word I'm looking for? Shafted. They got shafted. They got played a little bit. Unfortunate. They were the kings of OSMS in the past, and now they have been dethroned by who? I think by Chief Bandits. I think Chief Bandits got the most amount of like significant buffs and playstyle enhancements than any other class. And I'm sure a lot of people are gonna love the Chief Bandits. But overall, every class is fun. Like I'm having a good time playing this game. You envy the perma beginners, huh? They have nothing to lose. You know what? They are pretty carefree. They really aren't worried about anything or anyone. They just doing their own thing. 용기사도 글클맨에서 많이 바뀌었나요? 네, 많이 바뀌었습니다. 용기사가 데미지를 너프를 좀 많이 먹었고 하이퍼바디도 너프를 많이 먹었고 드래곤 로어도 너프를 받았고 많이 약해졌어요, 용기사가. 도끼가 뉴 메타가 될 것 같습니다. 전사는 특히 크루세이더 파이터는 도끼를 많이 쓸 것 같아요. 글로벌 메이플스토리에서는. I think right now mage shields are underwhelming, giving no int. I think weapon defense needs to get more buffed. I'm not gonna lie. Weapon defense still seems pretty underwhelming to me. Ice lightning is in a nice spot. You know, you can stun with ice lightning. There's chain lightning. Yep. Oh, that was satisfying to mow them down like that. That was nice. I really want to play Sin since it was my real main in OSMS, but I don't know if I can keep up nowadays with getting all the expensive throwing stars and stuff. It's easier to go with other classes where you just need your weapon. So most of the time when a new MapleStory Classic server or MapleStory server opens that's based on OSMS, the stars are really expensive. But after a while, after the server has been out for a while, usually the price of stars will come down as the game ages. Ooh boy, that food looks good. 브로 얼마 전에는 궁수였는데 직업이 바뀌었네요. 직업은 1시간마다 바꿀 수 있습니다. 1시간마다. Thanks, bro. I'll probably go with White Knight. Johnny inspired me when Classic was first announced by talking about the niche of being meso efficient and solo grinding. I also like the change to charged blow at max. I think out of the 3 warrior classes that I played, I think the White Knight was the most fun. 무엇을 드십니까? What am I eating? I am eating some chicken. I don't know, the camera's bad. I have to update it. Chicken, fries, rice, and green beans. Very yummy. I was very hungry. I haven't had food today. Did I live in Japan in the past? I haven't lived in Japan. I've never lived in Japan. I would have loved to. I think Japan's really cool. Yeah, I got the sauce right here. Oh, look. It got green screen affected. So you can see through the sauce. That's funny. Do I know kimchi? Of course I do, man. Hey, look, there's a Katie here. AT. We have a Katie in chat too. I speak Korean, but not Japanese, correct. A big old chicken. Are you aware of the similarities between Latin languages? I am. Any idea how close Korean and Japanese are? Korean is very much influenced by Japan. A lot of Korean words are they get their influence from China and Japan. Let's see if there's anybody here that's like famous. Inkwell's not here? 여기서 사람들 뭐 하고 있냐? 그냥 시간 보내고 있는 겁니다. 마지막 날이라서. 오늘 끝나면 이제 베타 테스팅이 끝나니까 사람들이 아쉬워가지고 여기서 그냥 모여있는 것 같아요. I was born in Korea and I was raised in Korea and I graduated middle school in Korea and then I came to the States. When can I change my class again? I just changed to a fighter, what, like 230? I think it was like 230, 225. So after I eat, I could probably change again. I'll try one more. What should I try? I've tried all the warriors. Tried the hermit, all the archers, all the thieves. I really have magicians that are left, but I can't do all three. I can do one more. Priest? I could try priest. Priest has definitely changed a lot. I think more than every other class. 먹는 거 치킨하고 밥하고 그냥 야채? 닭가슴살 먹으면 닭가슴살이에요. 닭가슴살. 잠시만요. don't think it'll allow me to change it. Let me check. Yeah, I can't change it. 생방 맞습니다. Let me ask him how he likes to hermit. Sexy as F, huh? What do you think of the hermit? What are your main thoughts about Warrior's third job at the moment? I think the Warrior's third job... I really like the White Knight, right? But did I like the Dragon Knight? No. A lot of classes had like trade-offs to buffs and nerfs and like changes that kind of made them better, in my opinion, and worse in some other cases. They had some trade-offs. But I think when it comes to Dragon Knight, what they did was, because Dragon Knights were so strong in the third job advancement, they brought them down. They nerfed them. And I don't see any pros and any buffs that Dragon Knights got. They have the same skills, same everything, except it's just scaled down. Now when it comes to Crusaders, they're fun. They're definitely engaging and fun. If you want to be hyper efficient and stuff, you can weave in coma and panic because they inflict bleed and they reduce enemies' accuracy and all that stuff. You can do all that, or you can just kind of do a tank and spank type of playstyle. That's fun too. But I think the most fun I had was White Knight. That's just fun, and even in the strength, I think for the raw power, if I had to change my metric and grade the warrior by pure raw power, I think Crusaders do the most damage. And then I would say it's Dragon Knight, and then I would say it's probably Dragon Knight and White Knight fighting for the second place. Because if you take White Knights to the elemental training grounds where you have an advantage, then you do a lot more damage. But I'm having fun. This dude said it's kind of lame. He thought the Crusader was gonna be more fun. That's kind of funny. Band of Thieves is a mobbing skill in third job. Assaulter is more of a dash. Will CB use Assaulter or SB for mobbing? Will CB use Assaulter or SB for mobbing? What's SB? What is SB? Oh, Savage Blow. Will CB use Assaulter or Savage Blow for mobbing? That's the question. Or will they use Band of Thieves? They all seem to be the same DPS at the end of the same day, more or less. I think so. The way you can go about doing that is you can use Band of Thieves, which is probably going to be more likely, because the other option was to use Meso Explosion to mob enemies, but probably Band of Thieves and Meso Explosion is going to be your mobbing skills. Band of Thieves, drop the Mesos, blow up the Mesos for a huge damage. That's the way I see a lot of Chief Bandits playing Chief Bandit and using Assaulter more of a mobility skill. I mean, I saw people using 2S Assaulter to kill a mob and 2X to kill SB. I mean, yeah, so if you have to hit both of them twice, and you know, what would I choose? I would probably, it would depend on what map I'm in. And my environment. If I have to move a lot, then probably Assaulter. Like you can weave in things. You can do Assaulter and turn around, hit it with Savage Blow, and then Assaulter into the next mob that's down the line. You can just, there's Assaulter's also good because it does continuous stun. It also damages them for a lot of damage, but it also stuns them so you don't get hit. But obviously that's assuming that Assaulter's in-game physics gets fixed and you're not running into the enemy. I agree. Band of Thieves just not fun, not very interactive. 쌀먹 되나요? 쌀먹이요? 쌀먹 안 될 거예요 아마. 프리스트가 바뀌어가지고 체인지가 와서. Let's see if we can go job change. So it's about, I should be able to now, but before we do that, we're gonna buy some town scrolls. Do you think Korea will get Classic World, or is that pretty much Maple Land? I don't think Korea is gonna get MapleStory Classic. I think Korea will stick it out because Maple Land is already working with Korea Nexon and they're teaming up. That tells me that they see a long future with Maple Land. and they'll probably continue that server as its official classic server or classic realm. Okay, we want to buy some return to town square. I like. 글클매에서 많이 쓰이는 영어 줄임말들 알려주실 수 있나요? 엄청 많죠. 뭐 B 하면 buying이고 S 하면 selling이고 또 뭐가 있을까? 그 GTG, got to go 가봐야 한다. BTW, by the way. 맞다. 까먹은 거 말해준 거 있다. BTW, GTG. 파티 고마웠다. 나 가본다. Got to go. 가보겠다. 또 뭐가 있을까? 엄청 많죠? 근데 이거는 약간 메이플스토리에서만 쓰는 줄임말이 있다면 뭐 MS를 메이플스토리라고 하고 MS를 메이플스토리라고 하고 그 다음에 또 뭐가 있을까? HB를 하이퍼바디 뻥이라고 합니다. HB를 HB 뻥 피뻥 SE sharp eyes SI 윈드 부스터인가? 그 바이퍼 스킬 스피드 인퓨전이라고 공격 속도 높여주는 스킬 SI HS가 홀리 심볼이었는데 이제 어떻게 될지 모르겠고 홀리 심볼이 바뀌어가지고 하여튼 많아요. TYFP Thank you for party 이것도 있고 또 뭐가 있지? BRB Be right back 잠시만 잠수하겠다 BRB 자, 마지막으로 시험해볼 프리스트 한번 해봅시다. 자, 프리스트 한번 봅시다. Let's look at priest. Let's just put our points into like whatever for now. Energy bolt, sure. I think I messed up. Whoopsie. Put max into magic guard. And magic armor. There we go. We'll do something like that. Magic armor is pretty good now too. Gives you 120 weapon defense and 120 magic defense. Better than iron body. Iron body will give you more weapons defense when you're like level 120. But this thing gives you flat from the get-go 120 weapon defense and 120 magic defense. And it gives you magic defense, not just weapon defense, so super good. MP Eater, we want to put points into that, but we want to definitely try Holy Arrow. We're going to put Holy Arrow here. Put some points into heal. Should unlock Bless. Nope. 5 into Invincible. This thing reflects damage, right? So this thing, like, reflects damage. We're gonna try using Bless is a passive now. Heal we'll put here. Teleport. We're gonna go try at the coolie zombies. Luck. On the safe side, there we go, sure. There we go. We want to put teleport here. Okay. Dispel, we don't really need to worry about because we can't use it. We're not going to be in a party. I want to try Holy Symbol. Definitely want to see if we can try Holy Symbol. Mystic Door. It requires 2 magic rocks and opens a portal for 40 seconds. Bless is still inactive, are you sure? Oh, it is. Bless is inactive. Okay. Shining Ray. We want to try this bad boy and Holy Symbol. All the attack skills we kind of want to try. We'll mess around with Doom a little bit. See what this does. Stick door. Let's put Doom here. Summon Dragon somewhere here. I don't know. Shining Ray here. Holy Symbol right there. Okay, let's kind of try this thing out. Let's summon a dragon. Teleport. The teleport seems like it got nerfed a little bit, or is it just me? Unironically, more archer than the actual archer third job. Except you don't bow whack and you shoot 3 times. You're a mage bow mage. What does more damage, Shining Ray or Holy Arrow? Holy Arrow at max level does basic 60 attack on 3 enemies. And Shining Ray does up to 4 enemies, 130 basic attack. Okay, so this does a lot more damage than Holy Arrow. So this is gonna be your main, basically main attack. I heard this got buffed or nerfed though. So, doing about 900 damage 3 times, 900 to 1000. Let's see how much damage my Shining Ray does. Okay, so if it's a single target damage, I think Holy Arrow still does more damage because it shoots 3 enemies. 180 damage versus Shining Ray 130. So if it's a single target enemy, then Angel Ray does more damage. So this, you'd be using this at bosses. If you get a chance, you'd be shooting your Holy Arrow. So let's kind of think about it. What's funny is, I guess, and bosses too. bowmans would use strafe, not arrow rain. I was about to say it's kind of funny how priests play more like a bowman than actual bowmans, but not true. So this is what Holy Symbol looks like. 30-minute cooldown, and if I was to die, let's see what happens. Ooh, so we get an option now. You revive on the spot or revive in town. So if I revive on the spot, I should revive with 35% HP. Okay. Then invincible. Oh. That does a lot of... That reflects a lot of damage. 491? That reflects a lot of damage. Shining Rays Y-axis seem to be really low, or non-existent actually. Kind of funny. So if you're slightly below them, I guess it does exist a little bit, but if you're like below them, it looks like it's not hitting them. Yeah, it needs to be like at your head level. If it's above your character's head, it looks like it's not hitting. Did I lose my EXP? Oh, dude, I did. I did lose my EXP, didn't I? So when you die, you still lose your EXP. You just have the ability to resurrect yourself in that spot. Okay. I don't know why I thought it would keep your EXP and prevent you from losing EXP, but it looks like Holy Symbol still, you lose your EXP when you die. You just have the ability to revive yourself in that same spot. That's about it. Then Mystic Door. This is level what? Level 10. It lasts for 103 seconds. Kinda go back in and forth. Nothing too crazy here. Did they butcher the priest? They made some changes. Hermit's Meso Save doesn't make you lose EXP. No way. Are you serious, Infernal? I wish they let you keep EXP. Not sure if I like this HS. Right. But then you think about it. Why would they allow hermits to keep their EXP and not the priests? That's weird. I was gonna say it is kind of OP to play a class that can always have a buff up, basically. I guess not, because I just died and it's still on a 41-minute cooldown. It doesn't reset on death. That'd be stupid too if it was able to reset on death. The only downtime where you wouldn't have HS if that was the case is if you didn't die while the buff is up and now it's on cooldown for 15 minutes, because it lasts for 30, cooldown's 45. You don't die within its time frame, then you have 15 minutes until you can use it again. I thought if you die, it would reset everything, but it didn't. So yeah, they should prevent you from losing EXP, especially if hermits have that type of, if Meso Save doesn't get rid of EXP for dying, then I feel like you should have the same for Holy Symbol. Yeah, I think hopefully they'll fix it. Yeah, not really sure if I'm a fan of clerics and priests. I've never been a huge fan of magicians anyway. So, it doesn't really mean much coming from me. Never have I ever mained a magician in MapleStory. In 20 years of me playing this game, I've never, 20 plus years actually, mained a magician. I think I tried to make Fire Poison Mage way back in the day, and I played it for up to like level 40 and I gave up. It's not my playstyle. Especially the cleric. I mean, the cleric is it's unbearable for me. 힐도 너프됐습니다. 네, 맞아요. 힐도 너프됐습니다. 힐도 이제 파티 안에서 쓰면은 5명한테 힐이 들어가는 게 분배가 돼요. 나까지 포함하면 6명. 힐이 분배가 됩니다. 안 그래도 그냥 퍼센티지 스킬에 나오는 퍼센티지도 힐을 힐량해주는 퍼센티지도 너프가 됐는데, 거기서 더해 이제 파티에 인원이 있는 수만큼 그 너프된 퍼센티지가 분배가 돼요. 그래서 더 큰 너프죠. 엄청 큰 너프죠, 힐. I main battle mage that was released, but it played more warrior with a teleport than a mage. Exactly. So you gotta kind of find the sweet spot. It's really hard to get that right. Like, be a battle mage, but make sure you're not feeling like a warrior. Instead, a magical warrior. You know, and more magic than actually a warrior. I wonder, I hope somebody does a poll, or there's a poll that gets done kind of asking people what class are they looking forward to playing or creating. 팔라딘이 제일 재밌었어요. 개인적으로 추천드리는 직업은 팔라딘. 나이트가 굉장히 재밌었습니다. 전사 중에서. What do you do to not forget Korean if you don't speak much of it off stream? Do you watch or read Korean news? I watch Korean news on YouTube. I watch a lot of Korean content on YouTube as well. I play Korean video games. That's kind of like, I just keep it in my life, within reach in my life. You know what I mean? I don't never speak Korean. It's always there. In one way or another, I'm having contact with Korean. I'm using Korean. Do you know any other languages other than Korean and English? I know Spanish. The only poll on unofficial Discord was if we wanted pirates, and that was majority, we want them, but as long as it doesn't delay the game. I see. 게임하랴 방송하랴 정신이 없으시겠어요. 정신이 없기는 합니다. 이게 해보면 아는데 집중하기가 좀 힘들기는 해요. 게임할 이 컨트롤 실수도 많이 나오고. Are you going to play until they close the server? No, I have to go soon. I have other things that I gotta take care of. I usually stream in the morning, and at night I have to take care of some things around the house and stuff. So, bless, heal, door, dispel, fuel, useful for party play, but I wonder if they need one more thing pre-4th. I think they're okay. We want, actually, let's go check out the zombies. We checked out Shining Ray, and let's see if using heal to grind is still viable. I'm actually kind of excited for this ending. With all of us at level 103rd job, we'll be able to actually fight the boss mobs they summon. Ooh, what do they do at the ending? Tell me, Inferno. I am oblivious to these type of things. I know that they're doing events at nighttime when I'm not streaming. What's my opinion on bandits and sins? I think sins got they tried to balance out the sin and chief bandit, and they might have done it a little bit overboard. But I think chief bandits are gonna be extremely fun to play and strong, and hermits are gonna be okay too. Personally, I think they could have. Personally, I think they could have done a little less to punish the hermits. I think hermits didn't need to get punished that bad. And one of the ways I think they can bring back the hermits into relevancy and not in the dumpster is to upgrade their flash jump and bring it back. Not upgrade, but revert it. The distance traveled. I'm not just talking about cooldown. I'm also talking about the distance traveled. I think hermits should get that distance back. It was their identity, and now knowing every other character's mobility is a small push. Is a small compared to the old flash jump. It's a reduced amount of, like, the distance covered is reduced when it's a mobility skill. I think they should just play off that more and give hermits the ability to, only hermits, not even chief bandits, because chief bandits are too OP now with flash jump and assaulter. Their mobility is crazy, damage is crazy, avoidability is crazy, everything's too good. So keep the flash jump the way it is for chief bandits at a reduced range, and give hermits the increased range of flash jump with no cooldowns. I think a lot of people would appreciate that and consider playing hermit. I'm sure people will still play hermit, but I just think hermits lost their identity because now everybody has what is it called, mobility, you know what I mean? Last beta they summoned a metric fuck ton of junior Balrogs to kill everyone, but we were level 50 and below. Someone mentioned something about Zack being summoned, but I don't have any confirmation on that. That'd be a fun one to have dropped on us. Gee. 하얀 게 라이칸 맞습니다. 라이칸. 하얀 녀석들이 라이칸. 일비를 주는 녀석들이죠. Zakum would be crazy. I'm surprised the server is so steady with all of everything going on that the server managed to stay steady the way it does. Look at him. This is what I mean. Oh, he used strafe there. Okay, he's using strafe on the lichens. I kind of want to see what he does here. Okay. He's actually playing it pretty diverse. He's not just spamming arrow rain. It was so laggy with everyone in Lith Harbor. Okay, so it did lag. So there was some lag. Let's see. Wow, heal does no damage now. Yeah, you can't grind with this. There's no way you can grind with this. And the damage gets split the more mobs are around you. So if I have like 6 mobs around me, it's a great way to gather mobs though, so you can mob in chunks. I'm seeing 200, almost 100. Seeing heal crit though is something else, I will say. Oh, you can't even spam it like you used to. It's not spammable. But there's no way you can grind using heal now because you can't spam it. There's a slight bit of an animation lock, animation delay. There's a slight bit of a delay at the end of each heal. That's very slow. They need to show more love to cleric. This is brutal. Yeah, I agree. I agree. This is you have to really like the idea of a cleric, I think. Clerics might not get much love. And I'm sure once they see that, like only cuz you know, I don't know if they will actually. I don't know if you guys know, but in OSMS, paladins had like less than 5% of the entire population playing that class. And in Maple Land too, it's the same case. Less than 10%, I believe. It's really low. And now with the new threat update, they've come up a little bit, but they're not afraid to like let people play the class for its niche. If you love the idea of healing and buffing people and like being a utility support-ish class, there's no other class than the cleric. And in raids, yeah, you might not, you have agency and you have independence now to go do your own thing with Shining Ray and Holy Arrow. You can kind of go grind by yourself with these skills, sure. But you are mandatory in a party setting in a raid. Like your heal and bless and Mystic Door. These little utilities are gonna be essential in a raid setting, so you will always get invited. This spell as well, huge utility skill, right? But all these skills are gonna still make you extremely wanted and viable in the late game. But maybe I think once they change Holy Symbol so it doesn't lose EXP upon death, I think it's a pretty well-rounded class. I think it's fine. It's just not as good as it used to be, maybe. Or it's unfamiliar. It's very different from what we're used to. But in other ways, you know, you can play this class in different ways and still be viable, still have fun. Ooh, I almost died there. All right. Overall, Priest, not bad, not terrible. Maybe they just need to fix up a little bit of Holy Symbol and they'll be fine. And Shining Rays Y-axis could be a little longer, like the attack range could be a little bit more. But other than that, decent class, not bad at all. They're going to be extremely viable and useful and sought after in party content, raids, anything with bossing. You'll want to take a priest with you. Let's go over here. Alright guys, I am going to head out for the day. We did a long stream, about 5 hours today. We checked out all the classes that we could. The only thing we didn't check out is Ice Lightning Mage and Fire Poison Mage. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time to try those guys out. But we did try everything else. If you're new to the channel, give this video a like and subscribe. I stream 5 days a week. Usually I wouldn't be streaming on a Wednesday like this, but I stream Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So subscribe and come hang out with me. If you have the leniency, consider joining Johnny TV membership to support me. When you become a member, you get member-specific emotes and member-specific badge to show your support. And there's other benefits that you can look and take advantage of. I will be streaming tomorrow. Most times I stream Maple Land, but I will be streaming MapleStory Classic when it comes out, obviously. And in the meantime, I will probably stream other console games as well, mostly horror games, short story intense horror games, or anything in that realm, something that I can stream easily. Yeah, that's it for me today. 오늘 방송 여기까지 할 거고, 다음에 이제 방송 킬 때, 내일 방송 킬 때는 메이플랜드로 찾아뵙겠습니다. 오늘 캐릭터 직업 소개와 주로 영어로 대화를 많이 했는데, 캐릭터 직업 소개, 불독하고 썬콜만 빼고 다 테스팅 해봤거든요. 아쉽게도 오늘이 베타 마지막 날이라 내일 접속은 못하고, 이제 쇼케이싱은 여기가 이제 마무리일 것 같은데, 뭐 시간이 없으니까 다른 직업들은 다 봤으니까 이렇게까지만 해야 될 것 같아요. 새로 오신 분들 계시면 좋아요와 구독 한 번씩 눌러주시고, 방송 주 5일 진행하고 있으니까 많이들 놀러 오셔서 소통하면서 방송하면서 같이 시간 보내면 좋을 것 같습니다. 여유가 있으신 분들은 조니TV 멤버십 가입하는 거를 한번 권유드릴게요. 조니TV 멤버에 가입을 하면 멤버 특의 이모티콘과 배지를 사용하실 수 있고 다른 혜택도 있으니까 많이들 알아보시길. 그럼 전 오늘 이만 여기까지 하고 내일 방송에서 찾아뵙겠습니다. Silly question, but when was the last time you played the OG and how is it that you can recall it so well? I mean, it's just your core childhood memory, you know? It's your core childhood memory, so I can remember a lot of it. I remember, you know, we have like momentary memories of our childhood, of moments that meant a lot to us. And for me, it was playing MapleStory with my cousins and my families and friend when I was a baby. Of course, I have other memories too, but it's just one of the core memories that I have, and I remember a lot of it. And because I played MapleStory all throughout my life, you just kind of stay up to date. Not up to date, but it's always a refresher and a reminder because you're surrounding yourself in that environment and within that community that talk about MapleStory. Alright guys, I am out. I will see you guys tomorrow. 가보겠습니다. Bye bye.